Alright, welcome. This is going to be my first Axis Ranked video for Season 11. It's actually my second Axis Ranked game, but the first Axis Ranked game I played, the guy didn't even finish Russia Round 1, so the game ended. So I figured that was not going to be good enough for a video, so I went with this. I still need to figure out a way to defend the KJF. So any comments would be appreciated. With that, we'll get right on to the gameplay. Alright, Germany, round number 1. So Russia, he bought 4 infantry and 3 artilleries. And then he did the standard 9-12 Ukraine and West Russia attack and had tremendous success with both of them. He actually had an average Ukraine attack, lost an infantry and an artillery and 3 infantry. He only lost 1 infantry, though, in West Russia, which was pretty huge. So, that was pretty good. One thing that he did, I'm not sure if it was a mistake or on purpose, is he put his Russian sub in C-Zone 6. I'm guessing it was just a misclick, because subs don't block anything. So if he was trying to block C-Zone 7, good thought, but subs don't block. So, that's not going to work. So I don't know if he was doing that or if he just misclicked. So with Germany, went ahead and bought a bomber to replace the one we lost. 7 infantry and 2 artilleries. And then we're going to grab an infantry here. And an artillery here. Go to 16, drop them in Ukraine. We'll take our battleship here and we'll bombard Ukraine. And then we will take 2 infantry and 1 tank and attack Ukraine. No fighters. We're not risking any fighters on this battle. And then for this one, we're going to just try to wipe this fleet. We should have a better odds to do so since we don't have to worry about that extra sub hit. So I'm hoping that works. And we're going to take 1 guy to take Karelia. Right? And I think that's it. Unlikely in Ukraine. 3 1-1 in a battleship against 3 tanks and an anti-aircraft gun. Well, the calculator says it's a 91% chance to take it, so we're going to go with the calculator. Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. All right. We got a 6% result in Ukraine. So it had a 91% chance to take the territory and didn't take it. So that kind of sucks. Anyway. We're going to move our Africa people forward. We're going to send 1 fighter down here to Libya. Send our fighters back to Northwestern. We're going to move 1 infantry up there. We'll move our AA gun up there. Move 1 infantry there. And then we will move 2 infantry backwards. Although now oh wow, that's just terrible. Oh my god, this is a beautiful thing. We'll take those 2 guys, drop them in Baltic. We'll move our 2 infantry to Poland. And we'll stack Poland, I guess. this. Oh, let's see here. Move that AA gun up and move this AA gun forward. We'll send the plane to Northwestern. The other plane to Northwestern. Let's see what else. We'll send this guy forward. We'll send this tank to Poland. What do I have going in Northwest Europe now? 2 infantry, an AA gun, and 4 fighters. And we have okay. All right. Well, he's got only 1 transport here. All right, we're gonna leave it the way it is. It's not an ideal thing, but kind of is what it is. This is terrible. I can't believe some of the rolls have been getting lately. But that's going to do it for Germany's non-com. Alright. We're going to put our bomber in Germany. We're going to put 1 artillery and 1 infantry in Italy. And then we're going to put 6 infantry and an artillery into Germany. And that is going to be the end of Germany round number 1. And I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 1. Alright, Japan round number 1. So, United Kingdom bought an aircraft carrier, a destroyer, and 3 infantry. 3 infantry went into India, and the aircraft carrier and the destroyer went into C-Zone 7. So then he attacked C-Zone 37 and won. Killed everything, and I think he had a plane left over. And then one of the things I didn't notice in round 1 from Russia is that they moved their 7 guys here. The 7 guys here, and then after he attacked my C-Zone 7, he took his bomber and he landed it in Western Canada, which is really kind of smart. So this bomber here in Western Canada can hit 62 and 60 and land in the Soviet Far East here or Berry. So this is not safe to drop a lone transport unprotected. And then the other thing he did, obviously, was he grabbed some guys and he moved them over here to C-Zone 30. They're out of reach of everybody. Took them from Australia. And then moved his guys, 2 from India, took them over to Africa. And so I think these are indicators of KJF, Kill Japan First. Especially these 7 guys here. I did the math. I think it's silly because it never works for me. But if I move these 3 infantry here and take Berry, these 7 can wipe me 93% of the time with only 2 infantry loss. So I'm not even going to take Berry. Obviously, we'll know for sure if he's going KJF if whatever he does with this fleet here. I think he's going to do it. But I'm going to forego Pearl Harbor because I lost my fleet in 37, which is probably the idea. But I'm not going to do Pearl Harbor. So what I did do with Japan is I bought 2 transports, 2 infantry, and 2 artillery. The other thing he did is with Russia, he did not move the guy down here from Szechuan into Szechuan, so I'm going to try to kill this as well. So we're going to take our artillery and 1 infantry. And we're going to take this fighter. And we're going to take a tank and an infantry. Go to 61, take Yunnan. We're going to take our cruiser and bombard Yunnan. We are going to take our fighter. Well, actually, let's wait. Let's take this infantry and this artillery, this fighter, and our bomber to try to take, kill everything in Szechuan. We're going to take these 4 guys and this fighter and try to kill those guys. And then we're going to wait and see where we drop these remainder of the 2 of the infantry and artillery. We may drop them in Kwang Tung. But I'm not going to use them to attack. I think that's all we're going to do. I would like to do this, but I think it's a setup. So let's run this and see how it goes. Alright, combat was great. We only lost 1 guy in, I think, Yunnan? Maybe Szechuan. I can't remember. I think Szechuan. We lost a guy. Yep. But other than that, combat was pretty good. We're going to take our sub and move it to 47. We're going to move this guy up to Thailand. We're going to move our aircraft carrier to 61. We'll take 1 plane. 1 plane. The other fighter will move up there. We'll actually land 2 fighters up in Manchuria. And the bomber. We'll land 2 fighters in the bomber in Manchuria. And then we will take 1 of our transports, grab our artillery and our infantry. And we'll put it, go back to 61, and we'll put it in Yunnan. Alright, we're going to leave our battleship and our destroyer right there. We're going to put our 2 transports there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't get there. He can attack with 1 plane. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Our transports and our artillery and our infantry go into Japan. And we have 35 to spend next turn, so I think he's going to try to do a kill Japan first, so I suspect there's going to be a bunch of Navy here. He'll probably take the Solomons and go from there. But you never know. Anyway, that's going to be the end of Japan round 1. I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 2. Alright, Germany round number 2. So United States bought 2 subs, 2 destroyers, and an aircraft carrier. Everything went into 56. He then moved his fleet up into 64. This is a facsimile of a KJF. I think I'll have some success just blocking it and staving it off for a while. And making a mad dash for Russia. But we're going to see. He actually did pretty good defense here in Africa. I ran the numbers. I can't take and stack Egypt, even if I use my battleship and my transport here. With his 2 guys from here, 3 from there, the fighter, the tank, and the artillery. I can't hold this. And then he's got the Americans here that are probably going to land in Morocco. Either Morocco or down here in Africa somewhere. But I'm going to stack France this turn. I calculated I can hold it against England with pretty minimal forces. But we're going to try to... we're going to try to win some battles here. So we're going to go here, grab our artillery and our infantry. We're going to go back to 16, drop it in there. We're going to bombard. And we're going to use one more infantry. Actually, not that one. Use this guy. We're going to blitz Egypt. And just take it like that. We're going to take these two guys and the bomber. Try to take Bello back. And then we're going to use two of these guys. One of these guys. And three of these fighters. And try to take Karelia back. And that's it. Germany, we went ahead and bought a fighter, 7 more infantry, 2 more artillery. So let's see if we can run this. I don't know how I'm going to do in Africa. He's going to have a lot of stuff that he can push in here. I don't know if I can push through that yet. I may never be able to, but I need to make some headway going towards Moscow here. So we're going to do that. Everything should be strong. It is. All right. Alright, combat was pretty good. I'll put those in Poland. No, we'll put them in Germany. We're going to shift these 3 guys down here. Our tank, our AA gun, this fighter. We're going to grab this fighter from Africa and send him up there. We're going to move this guy forward. We're going to move our AA gun forward. Our bomber is going to go to France. And we're going to move all 6 of these guys. Actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's move... put 2 guys in Poland, and then we'll move 4 guys and the artillery into Baltic. Right? The anti-aircraft gun went there. This anti-aircraft gun went there. Okay. Artillery and 1 infantry goes into Italy. Everything else goes into Germany. Alright, we should be over 40 now. Money. Alright, up to 43, which is pretty good. And as long as England doesn't have much of a navy here, we're just going to keep sending massive infantry, as many infantry as we can, up to eventually stack Karelia and press into West Russia. So that's going to do it for Germany round 2. I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 2. Alright, Japan round number 2. So England bought a destroyer, a couple transports, and an infantry. No, 3 artilleries, 2 transports, and an infantry. 3 artilleries, 2 transports, and an infantry. The artilleries went into India. Transports went to C-Zone 7. The infantry went to England. He then tank blitzed Egypt back, which we figured he would. And then he moved, he had the 2 guys here from C-Zone 30, dropped them in South Africa. Flew his bomber from Canada down into Africa. I'm presuming to attack my battleship next turn with this fighter here. To try to clear the Med. And then this obviously is the... It's an obviously kill Japan first. USA move. I hate defending these. They're a pain in my ass, but they can be defended. I went ahead and just bought an aircraft carrier and a destroyer, and then three infantry and an artillery. It's going to slow me down a lot, which is the point of a KJF, right? It's really going to slow down Japan. So for combat, though, we're just going to take one guy, and take that. We're going to take one guy, and take that. We're going to take one guy and take Burma. Right? And that's it for the combat. Oh, yeah, for the combat move. That's it. Alright, combat's done. So for the non-combat, we're going to move all this stuff up here. This stuff down here. We're going to move these 2 guys down here. Take our bomber and fly it to Japan. Take our sub and put it in 60. And then we are going to take 1 transport. Actually, hang on a second here. Because I've got 2 and 4 up there, right? So let me take these 2 artilleries. Wait, these 2 artilleries. And 2 infantries. Go to 61. Drop them in Yunnan. And then let me take these 2, one transport. Grab these 2 infantry. Go back to... Okay, hold on a second here. Is it going in there? Ah, there's too much stuff. Okay, the sub's going back here for sure. I did the math on this. It's going to be a tough battle. I'm going to use 1 destroyer to block C-Zone 63 so that he can't bounce around here and drop into these territories. He can go here with his fleet and take Berry back or land in there. But if he moves heavy in here, I'll have enough stuff to kill his fleet. If he doesn't, which he probably won't. I mean, he's probably just going to slowly just buy ships and ships and ships all the time. And I'll just do the same for a few turns until I can get enough strength to go after Russia. But we're going to throw our fighters there. Our destroyers going back there. Our cruisers going back there. I looked at it. We're going to leave unguarded transports. I don't think he has anything that can hit it. 1, 2, 3. No. I looked at this bomber. I looked at the USA bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Can't do it. MZ 4, 5. Can't do it. So, unless I really screwed this up, which I might have, because I do that sometimes, he can't land there. So let me take 1 of these, grab this stuff, go back to 61, drop them in Burma. Is everything going in here now? Okay, hold on a second here. I gotta do all this over again. Okay. All right. Let's start all over again. Take our 2 artilleries. 2 of these infantry. Move to 61. Drop them in Yunnan. All right. So we did that. Take 1 of these transports. Take our 2 infantry. Go back to 61. Drop them in Yunnan. Take this transport. Go to 48. Grab our stuff off the Philippines. Go back to 61. Drop them in Yunnan. Alright. Did our fighters went to... Okay. We moved to... okay. Alright. Alright. Let's see. I did the C-Zone, and it's only a 79% chance to hold. If he wins a 17% battle, so be it. I don't know what else I can do about that. I have to take some sort of a chance. So, that looks like a bunch of mess, but we're going to see if it worked. Alright, the aircraft carrier, the destroyer, the artillery, and the 3 infantry. And I'm not seeing where he can... This bomber here, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think he can get there. Planes, 1, 2, 3. No. There's no bomber there. I'm just praying that I did that it's right. I'm praying. But I'll find out if it doesn't work out next turn, I'll find out. So that's going to be it for Japan round 2, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 3. Alright, Germany round number 3. So, United States just bought a transport and 4 destroyers. He's selling out. Killed my destroyer in 63, and he's just going to keep trying to go KJF this way. So the Atlantic, you would think I'd be good in there because it's clear, but I haven't really made any headway here. And then Russia pushed forward, and then Russia pushed forward into Sinkiang heavy with 9 infantry and 3 artillery. So, and I'm sure UK is going to push into Burma as well. I'm guessing. So I'm going to have to address this, but it's going to be a long, thought-out turn, so I'll have to do some thinking about that. We're going to stack Karelia this turn and kill these off. All we did for Germany was buy 11 infantry. Oh, did I not do it yet? Oh. 11 infantry and a fighter. We're going to back out of France right now and see what he does. But we'll stack Karelia. So we're going to go 2 infantry there. We're going to go 3 infantry there. We're going to do 2 fighters. 2 fighters. And the bomber. And 1 fighter. And 1 fighter. And then we're going to move our artillery, our tanks, our infantry, and our other 5 tanks. And we're going to go and blitz this. We're going to go down here, pick up 1 guy, go here and take Gibraltar, take our battleship out here to Sea Zone 14. All right. All right. Oh. All right. I won't move it now because it's not bombarding anything. So you gotta be kidding me, dude. My God, 2 rounds of combat, 1 hit. That's... combat was pretty fucking atrocious. We were unable to take back Ukraine. That is amazing. Our AA gun is going to go up there. We're going to send... We'll send all 6 and the artillery forward. Send our fighters back to Germany. However many other fighters can go back to Germany. Some go to Poland. Our bomber will go back to Germany, and then everybody's moving out of France. Except now I gotta take... Let's do 2 of those guys there, and we'll put the other ones, oops, into Poland. That's absolutely horrific. That's pretty effing horrible. Alright. Our fighter and 9 infantry go into Germany, and 2 infantry go into Italy. Alright. That's a pretty abysmal turn for Germany, in my opinion. We had to take Ukraine back. What does he got here? 3 and the fighters. I don't think he can take that. Alright. That's going to be it for Germany round 3, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 3. Alright, Japan round number 3. So, United Kingdom just bought 11 infantry. 3 of them went into India, and 8 of them went into United Kingdom. He then took the undefended Norway and Finland, and he took Burma. He put a bomber in India now, and he also stacked Egypt with enough stuff that I can't take it back. I just don't have enough. And then this right here is such a pain in my ass. I don't know. I'm gonna take some risks. I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna. I did the math on this battle here. All of this stuff, killing all the Russians. The 74.9 to win the battle, 70% to take the territory, 23.8% loss, 3.6 IPC profit. The reason I'm considering this is because if I kill all this stuff, basically Russia is going to be wide open. All this territory is going to be wide open. So first thing I'm going to do is grab that. I'm going to put destroyers here to block these. Oh, Japan, I bought 4 infantry and 4 subs. We're going to start buying a bunch of navy and try to stave this off. We're going to take a sub and 1 destroyer and 2 fighters and kill that sub. We're going to take 2 infantry and these 2 fighters and kill Burma. see here. Alright. God, I hate it. I'm going to do it, though. Alright. What's that? 13 units against 12 units. I got a 74.9% to win the battle and 70 to conquer the territory. Oh, God, this is rough. This is going to be rough. But I'm going to do it. Why the hell not, right? Alright, let's do it. Sea Zone strong. Strong in Burma. Unlikely in Sinkiang. Alright, well, let's try it anyway. Alright, combat was interesting. So, I pretty much killed all his stuff, but he killed all of my stuff. So we're going to land our fighters into Yunnan. Our bomber is going to go into Yunnan also. We're going to move three infantry up there. We're going to move this guy up there. We're going to move our 2 planes here. Over there with our battleship. We're going to take our, we're going to take 2 of those. Take our artillery and our infantry. Go back to Sea Zone 61, and we're going to drop them in Kwangtung. We're going to take this destroyer in block 58. I'm going to take 1 transport and go down to 49. And take our cruiser and go down to 49. Take our 2 aircraft carriers and go to 61. Alright. Alright. If he wants to use a tank and 2 planes to go after my tank and 3 infantry, he can. Man, this is just a cluster. I'm going to have to start buying infantry with Japan and fleeing my sea units, I think. Alright. But I think that's all I want to do. Right? Alright, 4 submarines and 4 infantry. Alright. Alright, that's a rather long Japan turn to do that. Oh man. That's rough. I have to start making some headway with Germany. But we'll see. Russia's going to have to block... they're going to have to block Archangel for sure. So, anyway, that's going to be it for Japan round number 3. I'll see you guys back. Let's check the attack power real quick. Okay, so Russia's down to 35 attack power. Alright. That's going to do it for Japan round 3, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 4. Alright, Germany round number 4. So, United States, of course, is going all in on the KJF, bought 4 more destroyers and a sub, and then killed my 2 destroyers in 63 and 58. He's selling out, obviously. He only has 2 transports, so he's going to start landings. I would start landing, but maybe his plan is to capture Manchuria and put an IC there, or he's going to hit mainland Japan. I think I can probably get mainland Japan's defense up, but I don't know for sure. But I'm going to find out soon. Russia just bought 2 artillery and 6 infantry and spread them out. He lost an artillery and 2 infantry taking Bellow. So that was good. I got 3 hitbacks with my 3 guys. And then I failed to take Ukraine, so he moved 1 guy there. And then he didn't do anything else. So my biggest failure on this game is that I have not put any pressure on Russia from Germany. I mean, he's on my doorstep instead of... I should be squeezing him so bad that he's going to have to do something else with America, and I'm just not... He hasn't even had to land anybody else's fighters anywhere in Russia or West Russia. It's pretty atrocious. The good thing for me is that England's not a threat to Germany yet. So, and because he's all doing this stuff, America's doing nothing over here. So, anyway, with Germany, we went ahead and bought 9 infantry and artillery and another fighter. And then for our combat, so we're going to do something a little bit interesting. We're going to take this guy, go down to 23 and take this part of Africa. He moved his sub here to 13. I don't know if he thought the sub could block. But it can't. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to move my battleship here to support it. And then next turn we'll either take Brazil, or if he really falls asleep at the wheel, we'll take, Eastern United States, which I would be shocked. I would be shocked. But at least he'll have to spend a couple of dollars putting guys in Eastern United States instead of, 5 more fucking subs. So, anyway. And then we're set up here with Japan. We might be able to take Hawaii. So if we take Hawaii, he's going to have to steer a little bit to take it back. He's going to have to redirect some of this stuff down here. Not going to take him long to take it back, but it might delay his advance on Japan's main island. And then we're going to hammer. We're going to take 2 dudes and 2 dudes there, and we're going to take 1 guy and a fighter and a bomber. And then we're going to take this. And move heavy into there. We're going to take a fighter here. 2 more fighters. there, 3 fighters there. You know what? Let me re-up this here. If I don't have, did I do the math on that? Here we go. No. What did I do with that? Okay, here we go. 4 infantry. Okay, so I did factor in if I take a loss. Alright, I was just checking to see if I calculated if this guy gets a hit back, which I've notoriously been suffering from that lately, if I can respond from that, recover, and be able to defend this from what he's got left. And I can. I factored it in. As long as I use my Japanese fighters that are down here to land here. But we got to pressure Germany because he's just doing whatever he wants. Let's see here. What else do we want to do here? This is a no-go. We got to move this. We'll probably move it back 1. All right. All right, I think that's going to be it. All right. Oh, man. Well, we factored right. We knew he'd get a hit back in Archangel. I thought he might get a hit back in West Russia, but I didn't expect both my aircraft to miss, including a bomber. Way to go, attacking bomber. Oh, that's fucking stupid. All right. Aircraft goes. Anti-aircraft goes there. Okay, these 12 guys. This artillery. This artillery is going there. And let's see here. We'll put 1 fighter there. And 1 more fighter there. We'll move the AA gun up there. We'll take 3 fighters back to Germany. 2 fighters back to Germany. These 2 guys will go up to Poland. These 2 guys will go into Germany. Our battleship will go down here to 23. We will back everybody off. Well, not everybody. We'll back some of the units off, so at least he'll have to... can't take it for free. We'll take our bomber and we'll fly it back to Germany. That is pretty amazing. I do got to refactor this now because now he's got 7 guys. Alright, I'm going to have to fly my Japanese fighters and land them there, unfortunately. But I'm going to have to do that. And it's still only a 97% to hold because of that, because this guy didn't get a hit, believe it or not. So, yeah, it makes a huge difference. All right. All right, I think that's it for the non-com. All right, we're going to throw 2 infantry into Karelia. An artillery, 7 infantry, and a fighter into Germany. All right, so we should be pretty good. that's going to be the end of Germany's round 4. And I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 4. Alright, Japan round number 4. So, I've misplayed this. I've put myself in a really bad way with Japan. Because I can't defend myself against this American fleet here. It's just too much stuff. I mean, I sent some stuff to block, and it's just too much stuff. Now, luckily for me, he only has 2 transports here. Now I have to defend mainland Japan and see if I can knock out Russia with Germany before I lose Japan. England just bought 5 infantry, 2 artilleries, and a fighter. 3 infantry went to India, and everything else went into United Kingdom. Didn't try to take Karelia back, which I'm kind of surprised. But he didn't. So with Japan, I just bought 6 infantry and 2 fighters for mainland Japan. So we're going to actually try to just defend mainland Japan. Let me see here. Oh, I can still block. I can still block mainland Japan. If I use my aircraft carriers. God, it's a waste of money. But I can actually do it. That way I don't have to take Hawaii this turn. I can take Australia. Alright. Let's see. 1, 2. If I use my aircraft carriers, I'm going to put them on Japan anyway. They're going on mainland Japan anyway. Alright. God, do I really want to waste my aircraft carriers? I can also block Manchuria that way too. No, I think I'm going to need my carriers. I'm going to keep them. So I'll back off my subs. Alright. Alright, so a couple things we're going to do is we're going to make sure we have a couple Japanese fighters here in Archangel to supplement this defense. So we're going to take this tank, blitz here, attack here, take this infantry, attack here, this bomber, attack here, and these 2 fighters are attacking here. So do I want to take Hawaii? If I take Hawaii, I can save my aircraft carrier, so let's do that. So let's grab this, go here, grab this, go here, go to Hawaii, grab my cruiser, go to Hawaii and bombard. And let's see. I think that's it. I was going to try to take Burma, but I'm not going to do it. But Japan is not looking good right now. So let's get this done. Alright, combat was a rare immaculate round. We did not lose anybody. So our fighters are going to land in Archangel. Our bomber is going to go to... no, not there. Our bomber is going to go here. So these 3 guys are going to back off. These guys are going to back off. In case he decides to take Manchuria. We'll move 1 infantry there. And we'll take everything else. and move into 51. Our fighters are going to land on mainland Japan. Our subs are going to go to 51 also. Actually, you know what? F that. Our subs are going to go to 36. Alright. Alright, we're going to put 2 fighters and 6 infantry into Japan. Alright, so we have 10 infantry and 4 fighters and an AA gun on Japan. He's going to be able to attack with 4 fighters, a bomber, and 4 infantry. And some bombardments. It'll be close. It'll be close. But he's going to have to deal with this. She can just use these 4 destroyers and a sub to kill this. So I'm going to have to see if I can deliver the knockout to Moscow really soon. Although I'll see he's got a plane here, and that's it. Oh, my lord. We'll see what he does. Alright, that's going to be the end of Japan round 4, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 5. Alright, Germany round number 5. So, attacking Hawaii did its job. The United States retook Hawaii, but they backed off their navy from proximity to mainland Japan, so they are now at least 2 turns away from attacking Japan, which is great. That should give me a little bit of time to set up a counteroffensive, or at least to defend Japan, while I set up German assault on Russia. Also taking Archangel, he retreated somewhat into Russia, so we're going to press as far and hard as we can to try to squeeze Russia. So our purchase for this turn was 8 infantry and 4 artillery. I should go back real quick. USA just bought more ships. They just bought 2 more destroyers and a transport. Where's my USA? 2 infantry, another transport, an artillery, 2 destroyers, and the sub. Sub went over here, I guess, to try to attack my battleship. I think this guy thinks subs can block. I don't know. But it should have told him that they can't when I moved through that. I don't know. And then Russia just went ahead and bought 2 artilleries and 6 infantry, and everything went to Russia. So first thing we're going to do is take Brazil. All right. Now we're going to take 2 guys. And these 2 guys. We're going to take the tank. We're going to take these 2 guys. We are going to take these 2 fighters can go here. And we'll do 3 fighters. Actually, you know what? We'll do 3 fighters there and 3 fighters there. These fighters will go to West Russia with the bomber. Right? All right. I think that's it. All right, so let's run, see how it goes. Right? The combat was pretty good. We only lost one guy during the whole assault. We are going to take... All right. We're going to move all this stuff back to Karelia. We're going to move these forward. 9 of these guys forward. And these 2 fighters are going back to Baltic. 2 of those fighters are going back to Baltic. And then we'll take these 3 fighters back to Germany, this fighter back to Germany, bomber back to Germany. Our battleship will go over here. Our tank and this stuff will back off. Our 9 guys, artillery. We'll go into Baltic. All right. All right. Our 2 artillery is going up there. 8 infantry and 2 artillery are going into Germany. So all of these defenses should be in excess of 90% against what UK has to throw at him. He's probably going to try to take France and Northwestern. That's what I would do. Be back from pressing forward. And then we'll see what we do with these Japanese fighters. They may go back towards the Japanese front here. Or we may use them somewhere else. Anyway, that is going to be the end of Germany round number 5. And I will see you guys back for Japan round number 5. All right, Japan round number 5. So, United Kingdom didn't buy anything for UK. They bought an aircraft carrier, a destroyer, and a fighter. And everything got mobilized into C-Zone 35. Like I said earlier, the move to hit Hawaii actually pulled his fleet away from here, which was good. It gave me just a 1-turn reprieve on my Japan defense, but the problem is, I did the math, and of course America bought 2 more destroyers last turn. I can't buy enough Navy to outpace this. I even considered just banking all my money for 1 turn, then dropping as many ships as I could in C-Zone 60 at the start of next turn. But I could I couldn't get it down to greater than a 35% defense, no matter how many ships I bought. So I think I'm going to lose control of the Pacific no matter what. So I'm going to switch tactics. We're going to take a pretty big risk. All I bought this turn for Japan was 2 industrial complexes. So we're going to throw them in Manchuria and Kwangtung, and we're going to start spamming infantry, as much infantry as we can build, as many land units as we can build in Asia. We're going to build fighters and infantry and try to hang on to Japan for as long as possible. until we can get Germany out of here. One thing he did do is he left his bomber by itself in India, so I'm going to kill that. And then I'm going to try to kill this guy up here. This is going to be kind of rough, but it is what it is. I also saved the remaining 8 IPCs. So next turn we'll start with 43, which is a plane and 11 infantry. So that'll be pretty good for our defense. And we'll just see what we can do as far as building up land units. So we're going to take our tank here and capture this. If he wants to go tank on bomber, he can. We're going to take our 1 infantry and hit this and attack with the 2 fighters. And then we're going to take our bomber and hit India. Probably going to lose this money island too. But we'll see. Maybe not. But probably. But like I said, I've mismanaged the Pacific so bad that I don't know what else to do. I'm just hoping I can crush Russia and keep Japan alive. Buying 2 industrial complexes is probably not a great idea. But if I wait a turn, he's going to be in range. I just want to start getting as many land units as possible starting next turn. So that's why I did it now. Probably overcommitting it, but it is what it is. What else? I think that's it. All right. Alright, combat was mixed. We killed the guy in Vologda, but we didn't take the territory. And we killed the bomber. So that was it. We're going to land our bomber into Yunnan. We're going to take our fighters down to Sichuan. Move our infantry over here. We're going to pick up this guy. Go here with 1 transport. Pick up another guy, go to 61, drop him in Yunnan. We're going to take the other 2 transports, go up to Japan, grab 4 guys, go over to 61, drop them in Yunnan. We're going to back our subs off into 61, our battleship into 61, our 2 aircraft carriers are going to go into 61. We're going to land our 4 fighters down in Yunnan. And we're going to take... we'll put an artillery and an infantry in Manchuria. Actually, you know what? No, I won't do that. We'll put 2 infantry in Guangdong, and we'll put an infantry and an artillery moving forward into Anhui. And then we'll throw an industrial complex in Guangdong and 1 in Manchuria. All right. That's not great, but I'm gonna try this and see what happens. So anyway, that's gonna be round 5 for Japan. I'll see you guys back for Germany, round number 6. All right, Germany, round number 6. So, the United States bought 4 destroyers and a submarine, as they have for the entire game. And then they took New Guinea and they took East Indies. This is pretty special because he sailed these fuckers all the way from Sea Zone 11, all the way around the Cape of Good Hope here, down here in South Africa, and went all the way and stole this. So that's pretty good. I don't think I've ever seen that done before. So good job on him. Germany is in okay shape, I guess. But he also put a couple of fighters, a bomber, and he's got the sub here. So this can't stay here. I was going to put an industrial complex in here, but I don't think I'm going to do that this turn. I'm just going to grab this guy, go down to 27 and take South Africa. And then I am going to stack... Oh, all we did was buy 11 infantry and 3 artillery, and he bought 8 infantry for Russia. So we're actually going to stack West Russia with everything. Yeah. You know what? Let's bomb England. What's England's money? 36. I don't even think it's worth it to bomb England. So we're not going to do it. So we will not do any of that. That's all the combat we want to do. So let's get it done. Alright. For the non-com, we'll slide our AA gun down here. Our planes will go back up to Karelia. We'll slide, say, 6 guys. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's do 4 guys and 2 artilleries into Poland. We'll move our battleship down here to guard our transport. And we'll take our bomber and fly it to Karelia. Alrighty. Take 2 artillery and put them in Karelia. 1 in Germany. 9 infantry in Germany. 2 infantry in Italy. Alright, so that was a pretty good turn for us. I'm going to have to fly like 1 or 2 Japanese fighters here. But once I do that, Russia cannot attack it. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to 1-2 this, but I might. I'm sure England's going to move here to Kazakh to try to block it. I don't even think I'll have enough to challenge this, but I might be able to just press forward and try to take India. Maybe get him to... I really effed up Japan bad. So I got to figure out a way to recover it. But Anyway, that's going to be it for Germany round 6, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 6. All right, Japan round number 6. So England bought 7 infantry and 2 destroyers, with 3 infantry in India and 2 destroyers in Sea Zone 8 and 4 infantry in United Kingdom. Took northwestern in France, pushed into Finland, and took Kazakh, moved everything into Algeria, squeezing my troops here. And he moved his fleet down here and stacked East Indies and took Thailand and Malaysia. So he left India open. So I actually did the math. I could take India rather easily. The problem is I can't keep India. So if I were to take India, when America attacked it with this stuff here, he's a 50-50 battle. But then if he followed up with the English stuff here, it was like 63, and I'm not holding it. So that would be kind of pointless. Instead, I'm just going to push as hard as I can for Russia. So, but again, all we're going to do is spam land units. So I just bought 8 infantry, an artillery, a tank, and a fighter. Try to do just infantry and planes, but we had a little bit extra money left over in spots. So we went ahead and bought the tank and the artillery. So we are going to use one guy and one artillery, and we'll do the same thing here. One guy and one artillery. And then we're going to take these 3 guys and 6 fighters and a bomber. I'm going to try to kill the rest of his English stuff there. We're not going to kill this. At least not this turn. I think I messed up Japan so bad that it's probably unrecoverable, but we're going to do what we can. That's everything that we're going to do with Japan. So let's run the combat. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Of course. 6 rounds and I can't get a hit. I can't get a hit. Oh my god. That is awesome. 7 rounds of combat. Okay, this is kind of the story of the game. So, 9 rounds of combat, and I got 1 hit. And his infantry killed all my stuff. That's kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. We're going to move 3 of our guys back with our artillery. We're going to move 1 aircraft carrier just to block Japan. I know we're going to take the Philippines. 4 fighters are going to Katong, and then the other 2 are going into West Russia. These guys are moving forward. Our tank is moving forward. Man, that was oh my god. Yeah. Alright, that's all we're gonna do with Japan. It's pretty hilarious. We're gonna put a fighter in Japan. We're gonna put a tank and an infantry into Kwangtung. Actually, yeah. And then we'll put 3 infantry, or 2 infantries and an artillery into Manchuria, and we'll put 5 guys into mainland Japan. Right? Right. Alright. That's pretty cool. Alright, so that's going to be the end of Japan round number 6. And I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 7. Alright, Germany round number 7. So, America went ahead and bought a fleet for the East Coast. And then he moved these guys down here, which I'm assuming is to take back Brazil. But he really didn't need to because he's got this fleet here. So, I'm guessing he's going to marry this fleet up together after they take Brazil. And then start coming over here to try to attack Germany. He took the Philippines with this. There's no way I can counteract that. So I just got to try to outproduce troops so that he can't take Japan. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm going to try it. But I did the math on this, and Russia's going to fall next turn. He doesn't have enough fighters that can get up there to defend. He's going to be able to buy a handful of more infantry. He can max out 6 more infantry in Russia, and it's not going to be enough. But I am going to lose Karelia for 1 turn, probably. So, first thing I'm going to do is we're going to take back France. And we're going to take back Northwestern. We're going to use 2 fighters on each of those. Right. And then we're going to take one of our tanks here. Take both of those. Oh yeah. This guy is going to go right here. And take Rhodesia. These guys are going to die, but I don't know what else to do with them. I guess I could try to hammer this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's try to get him... Try to cost him some units, I guess. I think they're going to die anyway. You know what? No, let's not do that. Let's make him move forward. Although he can use the fighters then. That's okay if he uses the fighters. If he does that, he's not going to take... Well, he's probably going to take these anyway, but that's alright. I can keep trading these if I have to. Because Russia will fall, and then I can start moving towards India. Alright, I think that's it. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, no, I want to take one guy and take Caucasus. He can take this back. In fact, he probably should, so I can't build there because... it'll at least delay me a turn because he's losing Russia. But I don't know if he's using a calculator, but I don't think you need a calculator to know you're going to lose Russia. So let's go ahead and do all this. Oh, wait a minute. I went ahead and just bought 2 tanks, 7 infantry, and another bomber just to finish off Russia. Russia just bought 7 infantry, didn't do any combat, put everything in Moscow, which we expected. So let's go ahead and run the combat and see how we do. Alrighty. Combat was good. We took everything we needed to take. We lost a guy in France. I'm always amazed at how poorly attacking fighters do. You would think they got a 50% chance to hit, but it's amazing how often they don't. So we're going to send 2 of the fighters up to Baltic. 2 of the fighters are going into Germany. We're going to send all of this stuff here. Our 10 infantry, our 3 artilleries, our fighters, our bomber, and our AA gun down to West Russia. We are going to send, let's see here. I calculated my defense for Germany. I bought, what, 7 infantry? So I need 10 of them left in there. With the 2 tanks and 2 fighters and a bomber. So let's move 8 of those and the artillery up to Baltic. So if he wants to move forward heavy, he won't. He'll take it with 1 guy because it's going to be empty. He can, and then we can kill him. Actually, you know what? Let's take this AA gun and move it back to Baltic since we have one here already. Alright. And let's move our battleship. Yeah, let's move our battleship and our transport over here to 28. If he wants to use his fighters and to attack it, okay. Hopefully we take out some of his fighters. Alright. Anything else I want to do here? I don't think so. Wait a minute here. I gotta, you know what? I gotta do 1 less. Because I've got what? The bomber? How many units I got to mobilize? No, I only have 10. So I'm good. I can put everything in Germany. Okay. So I'm good. Right? Yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and do that. And we will put the bomber, 2 tanks, and 7 infantry into Germany. Let's see. England can take France again and Karelia, so he'll be up to 9. And then if I was him, so I might have to just defend. I might have to defend Shanghai. With everything. I might have to do that. Because he can get it up to 9. I don't want to get sniped. So I'll have to defend Shanghai. I have enough material here where I can do it. I hope. What has he got? 5 guys in artillery and how many? Only 2 fighters? Alright, that's going to be tight, but I think if I land all my planes there, I won't be able to land all my planes there. These planes can go 1, 2, 3. Nope, those planes can't even get there. 1, 2. Alright. Well, I'm going to have to defend Shanghai and just put enough stuff in it that he can't take it. It's going to be tight. That's going to do it for Germany round 7. I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 7. Alright, Japan round number 7. So United Kingdom bought 2 artilleries, 8 infantry, and a cruiser. He took Karelia, like we said, and then he failed France, though. Failed France. He took Northwestern. And he took Borneo. And he killed all my stuff in Morocco. So we just need to keep Japan alive until Germany can kill Russia and then focus its attention on the United Kingdom. So all we did was we bought 7 infantry in a plane. And we're not going to attack anything. Let's see, should we attack or should we go down here? We're not going to attack anything, I don't think. If he goes up here, we'll kill him with Germany. Actually, we'll take this. We'll take that. We'll take it with both guys. Alright, that's all we're going to do. Alright, for the non-com, we're going to move these guys down here. We're going to take... We're going to move 2 transports over here, take 4 guys, go back to 61, drop 4 guys into Kaitung. We're going to fly these fighters down here to Kaitung. We're going to fly these 3 fighters over to Japan, put our aircraft carrier in... Well, our aircraft carrier doesn't need to be there. Right? We'll move 2 subs over here. 2 subs here. Our battleship we'll leave right there. Actually, no, we'll put our battleship over here. And actually, we'll leave our aircraft carrier. Well, let's put it in there. We're blocking this for this turn, so... Alright. Take our tank. Move it down here. Let's see. Do we move it there? Move it over here. Alright. We'll put 2 infantry there. 5 infantry there and a fighter into Japan. No, what? Oh my god. Should have left it here. Alright. That's going to be it for Japan round 7. And I'll see you guys back for Germany round 8. Alright, Germany round number 8. So I celebrated a little bit too hard for St. Patrick's Day, and I forgot to reinforce Manchuria with some fighters and some extra men, and I lost it to United States. USA went ahead and bought a transport, 2 infantry, and 2 industrial complexes for the Money Islands, for the Philippines, and for East Indies. So he's going to set up shop here, although he is all the way over here now with all of his stuff, with all of his navy. So that was a mistake. But I don't think it's totally unrecoverable. I'm going to take Russia right now, and I'm going to take Egypt right now. And then I'm going to have a significant amount of money for Germany. And then I'm solely going to start just defending mainland Japan and sending as much land forces down into India and across Asia, mostly down into India as I can, to try to, if I can grab India, then maybe I can mount an assault against and try to recover. The bad one is the Philippines, of course, because even if I take India, I'm not going to have enough victory cities to win the game. So that was rough on my part, but we're going to play it out anyway. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to move our transport here, grab this guy, go up to 34, take Egypt. We'll move our battleship up to 34 and bombard Egypt just so we don't forget to move it. Sometimes we leave our transports out there in the wind because we don't forget about this in the non-com, so we're not going to do that. We're going to take 3 infantry, 2 fighters, and try to take Northwestern back. And then we're going to take Russia. Let's see here. And these fighters as well. All right. He's got no United Kingdom tanks there. He does have 2 of them here that can go into West Russia. So maybe we should try to take Karelia. Because our fighters are going to be standing out there alone. Alright, against my better judgment, I'll do it with 2 units. All we did with Germany was buy 10 infantry and 3 guys. We're going to bank 9 IPCs, and then we're going to have a lot to spend next turn. So I didn't go over what Russia bought. I think all they just bought was like 6 infantry. Let me go to 2 artilleries and 3 infantry. And they took back Caucasus, which that was smart. They had to do that. So let's run this combat and see how we do. This is amazing. Of course. That is amazing. Alrighty, for the non-com, our fighters that were unsuccessful in taking back Northwestern will go back to Germany. Let's see, our bomber will go back to Germany. Our 6 fighters. Ooh, do I want to put him here? That might not be a bad idea. Let's put 3 of them. And then let's send 2 of them there, and we'll put 1 of them there. Oh. 2 of them there. Move our AA gun forward. Actually, you know what? This one here. We're going to move, let's see, 3 of these guys forward into Poland. And this fighter will go... Yeah, we'll put it back here. And then we'll move one more guy up there. Alright, let me see. Well, that's as far as they can go. Alright. And that's where they're going to go. Alright. I think that's all I want to do. Alright. We're going to throw 3 artillery and 7 infantry into Germany. And we'll throw 3 infantry into Italy. Alright. Now we got 77 bucks to spend with Germany. And we have Russia, so we can start moving our way south. Trying to help our friend Japan here. That's going to do it for Germany 8. And I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 8. Alright, Japan round number 8. So United Kingdom, all they bought was 11 infantry. 3 for India and 8 for United Kingdom. He took Karelia because now that Russia fell, now he can produce units there. And he killed my transports that were in 61, which I figured he would. And then he kind of stacked his fleet in 35 here. So I have to do something I hate to do, and it's a terrible. It's not a good idea. But because I got a foothold here, a couple things I want to do. I may decide, because I have over 70 IPC with Germany, I may just do a fat Navy play for round 9 and drive him out of Sea Zone 5. Because I don't want him to keep dropping troops here. So I might do that. I don't know if I will. But the worst thing is I got to deal with this. Because I can't have United States producing here. I just can't. So I have to do something that I don't really want to do, which is risk a bunch of planes to try to take this back. He can't recapture it with America because he has no other land units here. So as long as I kill all of his land units here, he won't be... It's going to take him a turn or two, but he's got a lot of money to start taking my stuff here. And then I got to decide if I'm going to do... if I'm going to hit... Kazakh or not. So all I did with Japan was buy 2 planes and an infantry, because I'm going to risk a bunch of planes in Manchuria. I'm going to take this with Japan. Oops. 1 guy. And then I think I'm going to take this with Japan. And then I got to figure out if I want to do... because all my fighters can actually go to Karelia this turn. I'm sorry, Kwangtung this turn, because he won't have any stuff left if this works. So I'm going to take a tank and all of my planes. God, I hate this battle. And try to kill Manchuria. And if I take it back, I can move some of these infantry up here to be able to counterpunch this, because all he can attack Kwangtung with will be maybe like 2 artilleries or 3 infantry and artillery, and maybe 2 planes, and I don't think that'll be enough, especially with all my planes. So and this can go... We're going to kill this with Germany. And I'm probably going to do the Navy just to hell. I've never done it before. I rarely do a Navy, so why not? So let's run this and see how it works. And just pray for good dice. It says it's strong. 9 threes against 1 3 and a couple of 2s. Nope, 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 nope. I gotta take a plane. Okay. That's not terrible. Okay. That actually worked out a lot more than I had hoped. I only lost 1 fighter to take Manchuria, which is really nice. He's got no other land units anywhere. Nothing in range. This right here can go to 61, but not Manchuria. So all these fighters are going to Kwangtung. And then I'm going to put an artillery. And let's say, because what does he got? He can't get to Japan, right? Cannot get to Japan. And let's put, what's he got here? 7 and 2. Let's put 5. Leave me 7 infantry there against what does he got? No bombardments. Alright, I think I can handle it here. What's he got? He's got 2 transports, but he's only got 1 artillery in range, so he can do 3 infantry, 1 artillery, 2 fighters, right? Against 7 infantry. How does that work? Okay, so let's make it 8 infantry. I could put the... Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to have all the fighters in there, so I don't even need that many. Because I'm going to have 7 fighters in there. But yeah, he can't... Heck, I can go down to 5 probably. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's go. Let's put 5. A minute. Hold on. Let me cancel all this here. Let's move 2 more. So we'll have 5 there and 7 infantry. I'm sorry, 5 infantry and 7 planes. Right? Right. All right. All right. All right, we're going to put 2 fighters. And we'll put an infantry into Japan. All right. All right, so now we should have a couple turns producing. We should have a couple turns to be able to produce in all 3 of these ICs. This is now effectively dead zoned. If he decides to go into Kazakh with his English guys, we can hit him with all this and our 7 fighters and kill it. Germany can take this out and take this out, drop a fat navy, force UK out of there, and then just start building infantry and planes and go down towards India. I think that's the play. And then just keep buying infantry and planes for Japan to try to keep them alive. And then, I don't know, eventually try a sea lion, but he's still got a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of money with UK, a lot of money with United States. He's probably going to take, I would think he would probably take Ukraine, right? Just to piss me off, but he might take West Russia. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So anyway, that's going to be the end of Japan round number 8. I'll see you guys back for Germany round 9. All right, Germany round number 9. So United States bought 9 infantry, 2 artilleries, and 2 transports. Sprinkled some infantry in Philippines and a couple transports. And he put a couple transports and some infantry and stuff into the eastern United States. Russia had no turn and didn't do anything. They left this guy here in the Caucasus. My feeling was I thought he might go into West Russia or go into Ukraine, take away some of Germany's money, but it really wouldn't have mattered because he was going to die. I guess leaving it here, if I take this, he can strike me back with this England stuff. I'm not going to hit this turn. I'm going to leave it. He's going to be dead next turn. So, I also did the math on this. Based on what USA has here, if I use these German fighters to Manchuria, I can defend this, and I can probably defend Kwangtung. My concern is obviously keeping these 2 victory cities and also making sure I keep these ICs moving. And we're just going to keep buying as many infantry as we can. See if we can't outproduce his infantry. I should be able to buy 5 a turn. He can buy 3 there. He also put 4 more there. Eventually he's going to have enough stuff where he can just start slamming infantry. And I won't be able to do anything about it. But I hope to have India by then. So the other concern is obviously he's got a nice fat stack of stuff in Karelia. And he can just keep reinforcing it. England bought 11 infantry last turn. And he's just going to keep reinforcing it directly. And I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to do a couple of things that's going to force him to do something probably he doesn't want to do. So I bought a fat navy. Since we took Russia last turn and we have a lot of IPCs, went ahead and bought 2 aircraft carriers, a battleship, a destroyer, and 2 subs. All that shit is going into Sea Zone 5. And we're going to land 4 fighters there. And he's going to have to move his navy. 3 infantry, I bought them for Russia, actually. We're going to move these 3 here. We'll have 3 there. We'll have 6 artilleries in West Russia. And this will be set to punch this out because the tanks will be in here. Because I'll tell you what we're going to do next after that. But he's going to have, putting a navy here now, going to do a couple things. One is he's going to have to move this out of here. He's going to either have to go up to Sea Zone 3 and reinforce Finland that way, or he's going to have to go down to Sea Zone 8 and marry it with this USA fleet here, because if he doesn't move out of here, he's going to die. All this is going to be dead. And if he just moves it up to Sea Zone 3 and doesn't put any destroyers here or anything to block, he's going to be dead. So he can take Italy. He can start stacking France if he wants. All these are now under threat, so he's in a decent position there. I just have to, as much as I can, start producing infantry and flooding them south. And if I can't, hopefully I can flood them all down here. This battleship and this transport is just being annoying. I'm going to sail it back down here. So actually we're going to pick up this guy and go down to 28, and I'm going to take Madagascar. And I'll take the battleship down here and bombard Madagascar just so I can move it. It would have been nice to take this, but if he gets a hit back, then I can't do anything, and at least he'll live to fight another day, unless this guy moves these troops from India down here to take Madagascar back, which I'm actually hoping he does, because that means they're not going up to Persia. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use 1 infantry and take Northwestern back, and then we're going to crush Karelia. So we're going to hit Karelia with everything we possibly can. I'm not worried about I'm not worried about Germany, because with this fleet here, he's not going to be able to come back and attack Germany. So I don't need any planes in there. I thought about just moving everything out of here, but I don't think that's such a good idea. So I'm not going to do that. Is that everything that we can attack with? I think that's everything. Okay. Once we crush this, he won't be able to reinforce it. And I'll probably just end up leaving this stuff in here in Germany so I can start trading this back, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't know if I want to stack Italy. Maybe I'll stack Italy. That would be interesting. All right. Yeah. All right. We'll see how this goes, and then we'll go from here. All right. Okay. Combat was pretty good. We wiped out everything here, and we lost, I think, 9 guys. So we lost a significant amount of guys, but not everybody. So we are going to move our AA gun and our 6 artilleries into West Russia. These 3 infantry are going into Ukraine. 4 of these planes are going into C-Zone 5. Okay, the other plane has to go to... Wait a minute here. Let me look at these. Okay. So this guy here can go to Germany. And then these 4 can go to C-Zone 5. Right? Okay. And our bomber... Man, where do I want our bomber to go? We'll put it back in Germany only because it can be used to attack the sea zones here. Let's see here. What should we do with the Italy guys? Let's back off. We'll back off. What does he got there? 3 land units, 4 land units, 6 land units. He can attack with 6. Let's move one of those here. In fact, let's do nothing for free. So he's going to have to attack. So we'll do nothing for free. We're going to start buying fat stacks of infantry with Germany. These 3 fighters are going to go to Manchuria. This will be 3, 6, 3. right? Okay. And then 10 tanks and everything can go into the Caucasus next turn and crush it. I think that's going to do it for Germany. Alright, so that's it for the non-combat. They went into C-Zone 5, right? So double check that the fighters went into C-Zone 5 because that's really important. Where's the, they're not there. Okay, says they're going to C-Zone 5. They're not in the summary, so, alright. Alright, mobilization. A battleship, 2 aircraft carriers, a destroyer, 2 submarines, and 3 infantry into Russia. Alright. And we still have 51 money, which will be good. And like I said, this move here is going to force him to move out of here. Or if he doesn't, he's going to lose a lot of Navy units. So that's going to do it for Germany round number 9, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round 9. Alright, Japan round number 9. So England went ahead and bought 3 destroyers, 2 destroyers, 2 subs, a transport, and 2 infantry and an artillery. And he put one of the infantry in India, and then the rest of the stuff went into England. And then he actually let this battle play out when I dropped a navy in there for Germany, and he lost all of his stuff, and he retreated with 1 fighter. So it kind of did its job, but then he took France, took Madagascar back, and he pushed into Kazakh, I guess trying to make an attempt to try to take Russia back. Japan, as we said before, is just hanging on for dear life. So all we did with Japan was buy 5 infantry and a fighter. And we're going to keep shuffling around, buying as many infantry as we can to try to hang on to our territories here until... we're probably going to lose Italy this turn as well. This is interesting. But anyway, we got to hang on as long as possible to get as many land troops down here. If we can take India, I don't know, because we lost the Philippines. So once you lose an island, it's tough to get back, especially since I have absolutely 0 presence in the Pacific. I have a mini presence in the Atlantic, but he just has way too many ships. So... my only combat for this turn is I'm going to attack Kazakh with all my shit. And hope that the dice don't screw me on this one, because I really need this to be successful. I really need it to be successful. So, let's see. I think that's it. Alright, so let's run that. Oh my god, fighters. Alright, that's not terrible. We lost more than I was hoping, but this guy's going to come down here. Fighters are going back to Karelia, or Kwangtung. And this will probably die, but we're going to have a lot of German shit in here by the next time. So, like I said, very short turn for Japan. Not a lot to do but try to hang on and So we are still hanging on right now. The math should hold against this fleet here. And he shouldn't be able to do a snipe either, because he'll take Italy, and he could take Shanghai, but we should be able to take Shanghai back, because he only has 3 land units. If he lands the 3 land units there, they'll be dead. We just got to keep building infantry until we can withstand this. That's going to take him a few turns to build up his fleet, but hopefully by then Germany can come down here and get rid of England and maybe take Africa. If we can take Africa and get Germany some more money, that would, and take away some of England's money, that would help. But anyway, that's going to do it for Japan round 9, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 10. Alright, Germany round number 10. So, United States bought 2 fighters, let's see, 6 infantry and 2 artillery, it looks like. Mobilized some to the Philippines, infantry and artillery, mobilized the 2 fighters to East Indies, and then mobilized a bunch of stuff to Eastern United States. He then attacked 1 infantry with 1 infantry and took the territory, a 1 against a 2. And that was basically, oh, and he also took, landed in Northwestern and took Northwestern. So, well, obviously we're on big time defensive with both Germany and Japan. I'm just trying to get a foothold. We got to maintain our foothold here. So after the United Kingdom lost their fleet here and retreated with 1 fighter, they bought a bunch of destroyers and a couple of subs. And then they moved the United States fleet up here. I rarely do a 1-2, but I actually did the math on a 1-2 punch for the United Kingdom and America against the fleet in Sea Zone 5 if I add 2 destroyers and 2 subs. And I came up with 83% to defend. Which is very important, because I considered abandoning that fleet. But as long as the fleet's in Sea Zone 5, it's going to be hard for them to actually make a landing into mainland Germany or Karelia, which I want to avoid that as long as possible until I can get some more troops into Germany. So we're going to go with those numbers. 83%, I'd like it to be higher, but you know what? If he's going to risk it, and if the calculator's right and I hold, he'll be down a lot of material, and then I can probably kick him out of Europe, and it'll take him a while to get his fleet back up. So I'm going to go ahead and roll with that. So Germany bought 2 subs, 2 destroyers, 5 infantry, and 2 artillery. All that stuff's going into Russia, because we're going to press hard for India now. Our 3 German fighters are going to hang out here because I can use them to defend Manchuria and Kwangtung, so I'm going to use them right now. Obviously, the United States is going to start making landings here with a bunch of troops. So they're just going to, this is a great idea, post their navy in 36, multiple industrial complexes, just shuffling troops over here. So that's a good strategy. And there's nothing I can do about it because I don't have a naval presence in the Pacific here, and I'm not going to, most likely. So it is what it is. My only shot is to go down there, take India, hold this as long as possible, and maybe try to sea lion or take all of Africa. I don't know, but it'll become a race to infantry after it is right now. It's most likely a race to infantry. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to sacrifice 1 tank, and we're going to take our stuff back. And then we're going to take 5 tanks, 6 guys, 6 artilleries, take the Caucasus, We're going to take 1 artillery and 3 infantry. And then we're going to take all 5 fighters and the bomber. And we're going to try to take back France, and God help us if he gets 5 hitbacks. But we're going to try to do it light, if possible. It's not the greatest plan, but I don't want to waste as few. You know what? Yeah, I want to do it. If he gets 5 hitbacks, then so be it. Actually, we'll send 1 more infantry. Hey, I don't want to send 1 more. I'm going to just roll with it. I'm going to just take a chance that I can get 5 hits before he gets 4. With 6 planes. So let's run it and see what happens. Wow, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. We lost nobody in either attack. 4 of the fighters are going back to Sea Zone 5. The bomber will go back to Germany, and this fighter will go back to Germany. This guy from Southern Europe is going to go back into Germany. These 4 tanks are going to go back to Germany. Actually, you know what? Let's not. Let's put this anti-air gun down here. And let's send... Do I want to send all 4 tanks to Germany? Yeah, that's okay, because we're going to build more stuff there anyway, so that's fine. So we'll send all the tanks back to Germany. We're going to probably have to trade. Let's see what else we can do. We can send... Let's see here. Oh, what do we want to do with those? Alright, we'll send... Send one of them back to Germany with one infantry. And the rest of them will leave in Karelia. Alright. Oh yeah, we got to move our battleship. So move our battleship over to 25. Take our transport over to 25. We can get rid of this note telling us to move that. Do we want to move our fighters? I think we want to leave those fighters there. That's actually a pretty good force there. But you know what? We're going to send more. Alright, we're going to put our subs, our destroyers. We're going to put 2 artillery. And we'll put 4 infantry there, 1 infantry in Germany. Alright, that looks pretty good. And we still have 52 bucks. So that's going to be it for Germany round number 10. And I will see you guys back for Japan round number 10. Alright, Japan round number 10. So, United Kingdom is pressing hard to kill C-Zone 5. So he bought 3 infantry, an aircraft carrier, a fighter, and 3 subs. And he didn't even put the infantry into England. He put them in India. So, my guess is he's going to maybe push forward. But I think that was a mistake, because now that he hasn't reloaded this, these transports are useless. After I kill this, these transports can do nothing. Now, America can decide to go up here to Finland, Norway, or they can just add more guys to Northwestern, which he may do. I'm going to have to figure out how to defend this. I have a couple options. One of them is to use one of my destroyers into C-Zone 6 to just block his attack and simply buy land units to defend. And then worry about buying ships the turn after. However, if I do that, he's going to probably have overwhelming odds to beat it. And I'll have to buy all ships the turn after that, which I don't really want to do. I also calculated a couple of different C-buy options where I can get it up to like 80% to defend. Between 78 and 83% to defend. And still have enough to buy 8 or 9 infantry. That may be the buy. But I still have to kick all this stuff out of here. If I was him, I'd probably stack this into Northwestern and not worry about Finland right now. But he may want to squeeze my money. I'm actually kind of hoping he goes up here, because right here I can't deal with both of these. At least not next turn. I can deal with one of them, but I won't be able to deal with both of them. So, which kind of sucks for me. But I do have a lot of money with Germany, but if I keep buying ships to keep pace, only good thing is him buying ships, he only bought 3 infantry. You're not taking territory with ships. So, that being said, this is all of Germany's turn. I'm not even going to worry about that right now. Japan's turn, all I did was buy, what we're doing now is our 7 infantry and a fighter and 7 infantry. We're just buying planes and infantry to try to defend all this territory as best we can. So, we are going to go down to 8 infantry in Kwangtung, because I'm going to actually take 2 points back. So I'm going to take this one back. I'm going to take this and 1 artillery. And I'm going to take 2 fighters. And hit Persia. The idea behind that is that's going to make him decide if USA wants to use his transports to kill Persia to prevent my 5 tanks from hitting India. I'm not going to hit India with 5 tanks only. I think that would be silly, but I've seen it done against me, and it cost the guy the game, so I'm not doing that. But he may not want me to have Persia and be able to stack it with fighters and such. So, and this England stuff here, he's either going to bounce up to the Caucasus or maybe take Italy. I don't know. But he doesn't have a whole bunch of land units here. So he's going to do it a couple times, and hopefully I'll be able to buy some land units, enough land units to start repelling this. I have a decent force here, but I want to obviously go down and take India or push into Africa. So that's all I'm going to do as far as combat for Japan. So let's get that done. Alright. For the non-com, our fighters are going to land in the Caucasus. This guy is going to come down here and join his buddy in Kazakh. 2 of our fighters are going over to Manchuria. And 1 infantry is going into Yunnan. Just to make him fight for it. So he's going to have to decide. If he wants to go over here and take Persia, he's going to have to grab a couple of these units. He can do both, where he sends transports and maybe bombardments to try to take this, and then uses like 1 infantry and his fighters to capture either Thailand or Yunnan. In any case, I would think you'd want to kill this guy so I can't take Malaya back, but I don't know what he's going to do. And capturing these territories is going to give Japan $30 to spend next turn, so I can buy another fighter and 6 more infantry. I wish I had 31, but I don't. So that's going to do it for Japan's non-com, I think. Let me look here. Persia, yep. Caucasus has 2 planes. Japan has only 1 right now, but it's going to have another one. Manchuria's got 5. And Kwangtung's got 5. And I'm going to have 2 more units there. All right. We're going to mobilize our fighter to Japan. We're going to mobilize 2 infantry in Kwangtung, 3 infantry in Manchuria, 2 more infantry into mainland Japan. All right. And we're going to collect $30. All right, so that is the end of Japan round number 10. And I will see you guys back for Germany round number 11. Okay, Germany round number 11. So America bought a sub and a destroyer, 10 infantry and an artillery. 3 infantry and the artillery went to the East United States, and then he sprinkled 4 infantry into East Indies and 3 into the Philippines, which is smart. He's just going to keep... I would have built more. Obviously, he can't. But he's going to keep shuttling troops over here, and it's going to overwhelm this pretty soon. But in the meantime, we're going to press. This here is not enough yet to kill this, because I'm going to add a destroyer and an aircraft carrier and land this fighter here. And we're going to put 10 infantry into Germany this turn. So he should have enough to defend against the Americans. But this is going to become a problem really soon because of this. But I figure maybe 1 or 2 turns I can crush all this stuff. And he's not going to have enough stuff following it up. So... it is what it is. So went ahead and did that. For the combat, we are going to stack Persia, because we're going to get ready to either go bum rush and take Africa, which would be really nice, or we're going to take India. So for the combat, I think we're going to do 1 artillery and 3 infantry. Let's do 4 infantry. And then every fighter we have. And bomber, all our aircraft. I'm assuming that this anti-air gun is going to come down here pretty soon. So what we'll need to do for that is just bum rush as many units as we can. Hopefully he doesn't get it. He doesn't get any fighters, but let's do that. Let's run the combat. Alright, that one kind of hurt with 3 hitbacks. That one kind of hurt. At least we one-rounded him. Alright, so our 5 fighters are all going to go back to... Okay, hold on. Okay. Go in here. Going here. How does this fighter have 0? Oh, because it's going to see Zone 5. Okay, so this one here is going to see Zone 5. Didn't I buy an aircraft carrier? I did. Okay. See Zone 5. See Zone 5. So they're all going to see Zone 5. The bomber's going back to Germany. Our artillery's going to go back to Germany. Our tank's going to go back to Karelia. All of this stuff here is going down here. Our 3 fighters are going to go here. And this stuff here is going to the Caucasus. Right? Right. Okay. All right. 10 infantry to Germany. Destroyer and an aircraft carrier into Sea Zone 5. All right. We didn't earn any more money, but I think we're in a decent way here. We've got a decent force in Germany to punch out these. England, if he wants to go and take this stuff here, he can do that. He can take Italy. He's got both of them, so he could take Italy and this probably. So we'll have to punch out both of those. And then he's got a little bit of a follow-up here. But this is going to be a point to where we need to punch it out. So maybe next turn we'll punch it out. But I may have to hit it with everything I got. So, but if we can buy 10 more infantry for Germany, who cares, right? We'll have to see if we can take India next turn or not. We might be able to take India with Germany, or we're going to press into Africa. I'll have to see. But that's going to do it for Germany round number 11, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 11. All right, Japan round number 11. So, United Kingdom this turn bought 9 infantry and 2 fighters. 3 infantry for India, and 6 infantry and 2 fighters for United Kingdom. He then grabbed some guys from Algeria and took France. Lost nobody, of course. So, because he did that and he didn't buy any more ships, I can buy light defense in the sea zone for Germany's turn, which is nice. I'm going to need a lot of infantry. Because my plan is to just overwhelm them with infantry. They can still build a lot, but I'm going to push into Africa, hopefully. So I'm still doing my standard play for Japan, which is fighters and infantry. So I bought 6 more infantry and a fighter. I have 27 production. What do I have? 27 production right now. I can get it up to 29, and with those 2 I banked, I can buy 7 infantry and a fighter next turn, right? And that's going to be the strategy until I can take India and then take push into Africa. So, because I'm totally dominated in the Pacific, I can't do anything about that, which really sucks, but it is what it is. I just screwed myself in the Pacific. So, for the combat, I'm going to take Persia. So we're going to take Persia. This is going to force USA to take Persia back, I believe, at some point. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take 3 infantry, and then all 5 of these fighters, these 2 fighters, and these 2 fighters, and hopefully 1 round this. If he gets 3 hitbacks, then, I mean, that's just the luck of the dice. I don't know how else to say it. If he gets 3 hitbacks, then I won't take the territory. So be it. But if I get this up to 7 infantry, and I'm going to drop this tank down here, and I'm going to still have 5 fighters here at the end of the turn, I did calculate that I should be fine. Basically the defenses for all of the stuff. Let's see here. So that's 7-1. That's 7-1 against, let's see, no AA guns. So Japan with 15 infantry and 2 fighters, it's 99.7 to hold against everything that he can bring with the United States. If in Manchuria, it's going to be 9 infantry, and I'm actually going to have 3 fighters there. And he's going to be able to, let's see here. He cannot take 7 guys there, sorry. He can only take 6 guys there. It's 75% to hold. And then in Kwangtung, I'm only going to have 7 infantry, but I'm going to have 5 fighters and a tank. And that's going to be, let's see here. That's going to be actually 1 more infantry that he can take. 90% to hold. So, and I'm going to have another fighter so I can keep pushing in here. I'm going to have to take, I got to knock Britain out of India, because all he's going to do is keep putting 3 troops there every turn. It's going to get to a point where I can't match it. So at some point I'm going to have to press in, and this is really bothering me because I can't really force him out. So if I get enough, I'll shift stack where I can stack, because he can't invade. So I may just move everything and stack France this turn. Or if he does what I think he's going to do and drops his anti-aircraft guns in Northwestern, I may have to stack Northwestern and then go from there. So, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right. So let's run this combat and see how it works out. All right, combat was awesome. We lost nobody in either battle, so that was really good. So we're going to bring our tank down here. We're going to send 3. Hold on. I'm going to have to do this by doing this. Okay, so that fighter. Wait, that fighter is going to go to Manchuria. 2 to Manchuria. 3 to Manchuria. And then this fighter here is going to Japan. These 5 fighters are going back to Kwangtung. These guys are going to move down into Sichuan. These fighters are going back up to the Caucasus. Right? Okay. That's actually a really good result. So he can actually grab some guys and attack Yunnan, which is fine. But he can't attack Kwangtung if he wants to clear Yunnan. And so that's fine. We'll keep that factory there, and we'll keep churning out infantry and dudes. Now he can take this without using any transports and then send some transports over here to Transjordan, which he might have to do. Although I don't need to send these 5 tanks over here to... Man, I think I probably would, though. I probably would, but I don't know. Maybe not, because he can still... I might have to wipe this. I don't know. I got a lot of work cut out for me. But at least that combat was pretty good. So let me finalize this. Why are there 6? Oh, because of the tank. Okay, so 5 planes are going there. 3 planes are going there. 1 plane is going there. All right. Manchuria's got 3 fighters. Kwangtung's got 5 fighters. Yunnan has no fighters. Japan has 1. All right. All right. 1 fighter goes into Japan. 2 infantry into Kwangtung. 3 infantry into Manchuria. 1 infantry into Japan. All right. All right, so now we're back up to 31, so we can buy 7 infantry and a fighter next turn. Going to keep churning out infantry and fighters until we can overwhelm him here. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to, but he's only got 7 more guys here. He can build 7 more guys, but I think we'll be able to crush this if he moves forward here. We should be able to wipe this using the same strategy we used before, and we'll actually have an additional fighter to hit this with. So, and we could actually use these 2 fighters if we needed to crush it. So we're going to be okay here. It's a matter of knocking out India and then fending this off. So that's going to do it for Japan round 11. I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 12. All right, Germany round number 12. So America bought 13 infantry and 2 subs. The subs went into Sea Zone 11. 6 infantry went into East Coast United States. 3 infantry in the Philippines, 4 infantry into East Indies. He then took Yunnan back with his fighters and some infantry, and then he stacked Burma with 10 guys and an artillery. I've done a lot of math, and I'm going to take India right now with Germany. So if I take India with Germany, according to the calculator, I should lose like 4 infantry. If I land Japanese fighters here, he cannot take it back with America. And then I can just focus on kicking him out of Africa and start pushing that way. And then this turn I'm going to kick him out of France. And then I'm going to stack a shitload of infantry into Berlin and then try to kick him out, because his only follow-up is these 3 guys. Then he's going to have 6. But I can build 13 probably every turn after this and a couple of ships and just keep hammering this until I can hard stack it. So I'm going to send, and then one thing I'm going to do is I'm not going to send anything to the Caucasus, right? So I'm going to leave the Caucasus the way they are. Actually, I'll send a tank down there. I'm going to lose a bomber probably. Maybe I'll send some guys. Because what can he attack with? He can attack with a decent amount of stuff here. So actually this stuff will go down here to West Russia and the tank. Alright. So, like I said earlier, because he only bought infantry and a plane here, I didn't have to buy a whole bunch of stuff to defend Sea Zone 5. All I had to buy was a destroyer and a plane. That will get my defense up to 81% on the 1-2. 99 to blow up England, and then 81 to blow up United States if they do that. They're not going to do that. But as long as I hold Sea Zone 5, they're not going to be able to land directly into Karelia or hit Germany. So I went ahead and bought a destroyer and a plane to guard that, and then 10 infantry and an artillery, which I'm going to sprinkle over here. Probably I will probably send something to the Caucasus. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to take 1 artillery and 4 guys and 5 fighters and take France, and then we're going to take all this stuff into Burma. I mean, into India. And that's going to be it for the combat. So let's run that. Okay. All right, we took India and we took France back. Our fighters are going to Kwangtung. Our anti-air gun will go down into India. Our bomber has to go to Persia. I can send these guys down here. Then America could probably go this way and take it. But if he goes over here and takes it, then, because he only has 4 transports, then he's not going to be stacking any troops into Burma. So I'm going to go ahead and move this down here. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. I need the... Actually, I need these fighters, these Japanese fighters, so I'm not going to move them. It's kind of a catch-22. I'd like to... I would like to be able to move some troops here, because I would like to save my bomber if I could. But maybe I just won't. Maybe I'll just leave my bomber out there and then... because he can attack this with what? 4 land units and 2 fighters and no bombardments. And it's going to have to be... Actually, no, he only can attack this with 2 land units. These 2. And 2 fighters. 2 land units and 2 fighters. Alright, so let's move these guys down here. Oh yeah, and then we can move the tank. Let's do that. We'll move the tank down to the Caucasus. And we'll move 2 of the infantry. 2 of the infantry into Persia just to protect the bomber. If he wants to go and kill this, that's fine. Maybe I should just move them all, I wonder. 2 infantry there and 2 fighters against an artillery and infantry and 2 fighters. You know what? I'm gonna move this down here. I want United States actually to take this battle, because if he takes this battle, he's not stacking Burma. I'm going to move my battleship and my transport back down to 28. Because the other thing we can do is hop up here to 34 and take guys over to Egypt. Do I want to build... Maybe I'll just build a couple guys in the Caucasus as well. So I can send 1 more guy. And that way, because this guy's moving here, so that'll be 12 plus 8 more guys, that'll be 20. Our 5 fighters are moving back to C-Zone 5. What if I put four of them there? And you know what? Hang on. Okay, the bomber has to go there. And then let's send 3 infantry. Oops. 3 infantry. And that way I'll build another infantry there, so I'll have 2 and 2 to squeeze him if he decides to land there. I'm going to have the tank there as well. Wow, and that actually was exactly what the exactly what the calculator said I have left is 2 infantry. I lost exactly 4, like it said. Alright, I've taken way too long to analyze this turn. So... Alright. Maybe he'll do something silly and try to take Italy. And waste all of his English units down here. That would be okay. Alright. This is going to get pretty strong, but I'm going to be able to crush it, I think. Pretty soon. Alright. I think that's it. Alright. So the fighter... Oh, wait a minute here. Put an artillery and 9 infantry in Germany. We'll put an artillery in the an infantry in the Caucasus. And then we will put a fighter and a destroyer in C-Zone 5. So we'll end up with 22 infantry, some tanks, some artillery. And that ought to be good enough. We might have, hopefully we should be able to stack this next turn. Especially if you can't land in Germany. So we may try to stack it. I don't know, I'll have to see. Alright. That's going to be it for mobilization. We're up to 55 monies. That's going to do it for Germany round number 12. And I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 12. Alright, Japan round number 12. So United Kingdom bought an artillery and 7 infantry and an industrial complex for Canada. And then he hit Africa and he hit Transjordan. So this is just going to be his thing now. He's going to start landing, I guess, in France every turn. I'm going to have to hard stack it soon. The problem is going to be America, because he's going to add 4 more land units. I'm not going to have enough, I don't think, anytime soon. Maybe in 2 turns. I don't know. I might, if I have enough, be able to crush this. I might just kill this turn and stack. But I have to figure out how to kill this as well. I have to do both. So, we'll see. I'll have to do the math on this and figure that out. For this right here, all we did with Japan was what we said we were going to do. We bought 7 infantry and a fighter. And we're going to kill... We're going to come down here and take this. And then we're going to use 5 fighters here. 2 fighters here. And we're going to kill that. Right? Yep. That's it. Not a whole lot we can do with Japan. Alright, for the non-com. 5 of these fighters are going there. 2 of them are going to Yunnan. 1 of these fighters is going to India. The other one's going to Manchuria. One of these fighters is going there. And that's it. Actually, did I do the math on 17 and 1? I think I did. Let me just double check the math on 17 and 1. An AA gun. 17 infantry and 1 fighter. 99. Okay, so we're going to take this one. And go down here. Alright. That is going to do it for Japan. We're going to throw the fighter in Japan. We're going to throw 2 infantry in Kwangtung, 3 infantry in Manchuria, 2 infantry in Japan. Alright, that's going to do it for Japan, round number 12. And I'll see you guys back for Germany, round 13. Alright, Germany, round number 13. So, United States just bought 13 infantry, a destroyer, and an artillery. And he put 7 of the infantry in the Money Island, Philippines and East Indies. And then he put 6 infantry and the artillery over in eastern United States, and the destroyer in eastern United States. This is starting to get too much for this fleet here. So there's a couple issues that are pressing. So this fleet is getting to be too much. If I don't do anything with this fleet, he now has a 59% chance to kill this on a 1-2, which I'm not going to be able to defend against. I'm going to leave it the way it is right now for this turn. I'll kill England, but America will probably wipe it. But the other problem is, this stack is pretty decent. 19 guys and 2 AA guns. It's going to get up to 20 next turn once he drops the 6 here. And if he starts landing planes here, I won't ever be able to knock it out. So, we're actually going to hit both of these. I'm going to strafe the hell out of this and just hope and pray that I get way more hits than him and I don't capture the territory. Because I don't have any fighters in position to defend it right now. But the other issue is, of course, he took Yunnan, 1 infantry and 4 fighters, and of course I got no hit back. So he took the he's got a stack of 16 guys, but he only risks 1 to take Yunnan back, and of course gets it. But I mean, hey, those are the way the dice go. This is also going to get too big for India to handle pretty soon. So it's just a waiting game. Once I take France again, I'll have 8 victory cities out of 9, and I can sit on that. I've sat on it for turn after turn after turn because I can't take the Philippines or anything else. So I may have to push the issue next turn. It depends how well the strafe and Northwestern goes. It's going to probably determine the outcome here, I think. So all I did was buy 1 plane and 15 more infantry. The reason I bought a plane is because I'm going to hit Northwestern with 4 fighters, and I'm just hoping I don't lose more than 1. If I lose 1, I can replace it. If I lose more than 1, then the odds are going to be even better for him to 1-2 this and knock out my Navy, and it's probably going to happen. So we'll see what happens. I'm just praying that the dice go pretty well. And then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to hit France. So we're going to hit France with 3 guys. And our bomber. And 2 fighters. And then we're gonna hit Northwestern with everything else. Oh, I debated on whether or not to take trans, but I'm not going to try to take it yet. I figure that USA would probably just hop over here and stack Egypt, which he could do anyway. He's probably hoping to knock out India, but if I can't crack Africa, which I can't right now, I don't have enough. It's kind of just a long stalemate, so I got to figure out some way to get one of the islands back, and I don't know how I'm going to do that. So we're going to try to push them out of the coast here, and if I can stack enough guys, then I can start stack shifting and just keep them totally out of my area here and just focus on my navy. So let's run these battles and see how they go. It says they're strong. Let's see. I just hope I get I would love to get I don't know, a lot of hits, but we'll see what happens. And pray for no airplane losses. Here it goes. Wow. Okay, combat wasn't terrifying. We did lose quite a few guys, but... and we did lose a fighter in Northwestern, which I thought we would. That's why we bought the replacement fighter. But one of the good things is we killed both of his anti-air guns. So now we don't have to worry about air defense, at least until he moves the English one over there. So, and then this will be a lot easier to deal with. I'm going to have 17 guys there, and he's going to have 8 infantry and 5 artillery. And if he wants to land fighters in there, I'm going to probably take the battle anyway and get into his fighters. So that actually worked out pretty good, I think. We're going to move these 3 guys to India. We're going to send our tank down to India. We're going to move these 4 guys into Persia. These guys are going to go down into the Caucasus. Our 3 fighters here are going to go to India. That's only because we're going to send Japanese fighters probably to the Caucasus to get them on their way over here to defend Germany, stack them either way. So we're going to have to shift some of these around too. But I'll deal with that on Japan's turn. And then we'll see what happens with this sea battle here if he takes it. Okay. All right, our fighter goes into Sea Zone 5. 10 infantry goes in, or 9 infantry goes into Germany. Wait a minute. No. We'll put the 10 infantry into Germany. Then we'll put the fighter into Sea Zone 5. Then we'll put 3 guys into India. And then we need to decide 2 into the Caucasus or 2 into Italy. Let's do... We'll have 19 infantry if we put them into Italy. And we'll have a handful over there. Alright, let's do 1 and 1. All right. At some point, these may decide to go up here. But they can't right now. Because we can kill them with our planes. So that's good news. And we got 55 again. All right. So that's going to be it for Germany, round number 13. And I'll see you guys back for Japan, round number 13. All right, Japan, round number 13. So, England, he's just going to do the same thing over and over again, but I really haven't figured out a way to stop it. He just landed again, and now he bought another AA gun. He's going to keep throwing AA guns, hoping that he's going to beat the planes, right? So I think I'm going to start buying a little bit more tanks, maybe, so I can hit these with some threes that aren't going to kind of render the AA gun useless. But we'll have to see, because now he's got another IC going down there. I got to figure out a way to push into Africa is what I really got to do. But I don't know how I'm going to do it. Because America, they're going to have... With 6 fighters here, I can defend it. So... I have to do some stuff that I really don't want to do. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to send all these guys from Manchuria down here towards Kwangtung. And then, so in order to do that, we bought a destroyer for C-Zone 61 to block, so USA can't take Manchuria. And then we just bought 5 infantry and an artillery. England, for their part, bought... an artillery, 8 infantry, a destroyer, and an AA gun. This battle is going to eventually be too much, so I'm going to have to probably buy more ships with Germany. I don't know. But he's going to get through here pretty soon. I may send this fleet up here. I don't know. As long as I put it in here, at least he can't land in Germany yet. But this is going to be untenable pretty soon, I think. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 3 of these planes and 3 of these planes and 2 guys, and we're going to hit Yunnan. And then we're going to take 3 of these planes and hit Yunnan. God, I would really like to get enough planes to hit this big ass stack, but I just don't have enough. Alright. It's really all the combat we've been doing over and over again, so let's do that. Games that there's no way I can win. The 1 infantry never gets a hit back. In the games that are close, it gets it every single time, even though it's 16%. It's really uncanny. I should do a study on that and see how that works out, because it is unbelievable how that works out. All right, 3 of those fighters are going to the Caucasus. We're going to send 3 of the fighters to India. Let's see here. And 6 fighters to Kwangtung. We're going to move all these guys down here. And that's it. India's got 6 fighters. Okay. India's got 18666. And it's at 99. Alright. So our destroyer goes into 61. Our artillery goes into Kwangtung. 3 infantry go into Manchuria, and 2 infantry go into Japan. All right. So I fully anticipate America to land the 6 guys here, which will bring that 8 and 5, 13, but I can hammer this. He's got no AA guns, so I'll probably just hammer this and maybe stack it. And then UK, I don't know. I can only hammer 1. Probably, but I might even be able to stack it. Maybe not because of the UK here. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. So that's gonna do it for Japan round 13. I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 13. All right, Germany round number 14. So USA bought the same thing they bought in round 12, which was 13 infantry, an artillery, and a destroyer. And he spread it out, six infantry and an artillery here, the destroyer here, and then he put filled up the 7 infantry down here. He's just going to keep doing that. He can outspend me. He's making $16 more than me. Not as America, but as a combination. If you look at the war report, it's even. I mean, we each have damn near the same attack power, same victory cities. He's just making $92 a turn, and I'm making 76. So obviously he can just keep outspending me. So we have to do some stuff that's a little bit risky, obviously. We've been talking about risk. One of the things I figured out is what I should have been doing here when I keep buying infantry to strafe these, I should have been mixing in tanks, right? Because ultimately what you want to do is get enough armor that I can fucking hard stack France. Because he's just getting the $6 he's getting every turn is just pumping up his money. I got to be able to hard stack it and keep it. And get the money for Germany. Get me up to $60 or more. And I just don't have enough yet, but the more armor I get, I can do it. The other thing is that him adding all these ships here has got his attack up here to like 90% that he's going to wipe this. So I had to address it. My options were to buy 2 destroyers and get it down to about 73% for him, or buy 3 destroyers and get it to 59% for him to take it. So I bought 3 destroyers, probably overspent on my navy, but I want to keep this here as long as possible because he can't land in Germany if he does that. And then I bought 4 tanks, 1 infantry and 1 artillery. So we're going to have 8 tanks in Germany at the end of this turn, and we're going to keep doing that probably for 2 more turns until we can get like 12 tanks, and then we'll fucking stack France. And then his little infantry attack will not withstand that. And then I can, once I keep that, I can push them out of here. I can just start buying a ton of subs or whatever, or pushing to Africa. I got to figure out how to crack Africa. But he's just building up this. And you got to love Yunnan. Every single turn he takes Yunnan with 1 infantry. He never gets his infantry lost. Ever. Every turn he takes it with 1 infantry. I can't do that because I guarantee you he's gonna get the hit back. So I'm gonna need to take it because I need the territory. But I'm gonna hammer this. I think I'm gonna do a couple of risky battles. One of them is I'm gonna strafe Northwestern for 1 round. I have an 80% chance. I'm sorry, a 10% chance to take it, which would be devastating for me. I don't want to take it. If I take it, I'm screwed, I think. I won't be able to put enough stuff in Germany to defend against 6 infantry and artillery and 4 fighters. I don't know. I'll have to do some numbers on that if I do. The worst thing I can do is land planes in Germany, which I don't want to. Although these planes can go there, but UK moves first. So this is going to be a risky battle, but we're going to do it anyway because we kind of have to. And he has no air defense, so that's good. So what is that? 30 guys. So we're going to take that battle. And then the other battle we're going to take is this one here. It's actually like an 80% chance for me to conquer it. Which I don't really want to do because I don't think I can get enough stuff in India. Well, I don't know. I guess if I conquer it, he can only attack it with 4 guys. And the fighters. So that might be enough. But what I really want to do is strafe this down because he did not, for whatever reason, didn't kill my destroyer here. So Manchuria is safe for another turn. So all these infantry can drop down here into Kangtung. They're not all going to go down there. I originally was going to split this and go 6 back and 6 down here. But I think I'll go 9 down here and 3 back because I'm going to have 2 more turns of buying. So by the time he moves next turn, there'll be 9 infantry there and I can land some fighters. And I don't think he'll have enough to take it that way. And then I'll have a nice 16 infantry down here in Kangtung, which maybe I can push him out of Thailand. I don't know. But anyway, that's the strategy for this turn. And then we'll drop, depending on how this battle goes, these guys will move into India, or I'll just leave them there and drop these guys down into Persia. So we'll be ready to go after Africa. But this battle is really important, and obviously this battle is really important. Ideally, I would get 12 hits. If I get more than that, I'm really screwed. So we'll see what happens. But we have to do something to turn the tide, because like I said, he can just keep outspending me and just keep throwing guys there, and it's just the same thing. It's just a big stalemate. The one part of this game that's the most frustrating is that once you lose an island here, I can do nothing to get it back. And so the Allies have naval superiority, and so there's nothing I can do. I can't build any fleet because of their fleet is just too big, so they'll just kill it. I mean, I could slowly but surely try to build fleet in like C-Zone 16, but even that, I can't because I need to be able to build some here in C-Zone 5. So it's just a catch-22. But I can sit on 8 out of 9 cities for a shitload of turns and not be anywhere closer to winning the game. So let's run these battles and see how they are. Okay. We really don't want to take it, but okay, I would say combat was fantastic. So this was the best strafe I've ever done in my life. We killed 9 land units and lost 1. That was absolutely tremendous. We killed 9 land units and lost 1 unit. Now he's going to have, 6 infantry and 5 artilleries. But we're gonna have a lot of stuff in here now. And then this strafe here, he lost 19 guys. And we lost... Well, we did lose 6 infantry and an artillery. But it's still, to me, a tremendous, tremendous outcome. And then now he can only attack Persia with 3 infantry and 1 artillery. And I might have to do the math on that. Because maybe we send 2 of the fighters to Persia. So hang on a second. I'm going to do some math on this. Let me see everything he can bring. That was such a tremendous result on... Alright, so if we bring our stuff down there, it's going to be 5 infantry and 3 artillery. 5 infantry and 3 artillery. And he can attack it with 3 infantry, 1 artillery, 4 fighters, a cruiser and a battleship, right? Did I do the math right? You can't grab those. In fact, I could use my fighters and eliminate the rest of those, but I don't want to risk fighters for that. Because now I can probably push into Yunnan with all of my shit there. And then drop the 12 guys down into Ketong. So this might have been really good. Let me see what that is there. Okay, so he conquers it 18% of the time. What if I put 3 fighters there? Okay. So I do need to put Japanese fighters, because he can't even get there with nothing but a tank and 2 guys. So maybe I put Japanese fighters there. And send those other fighters back up there. No, I like them down there where they're at. Okay, so I might have to move my Japanese fighters. But I want them... Alright, he can do 7. 4 fighters, a cruiser, and then against no infantry, 5 artillery, 6 tanks, and 3 fighters. $99. Okay. Alright, I can throw the 3 fighters in Persia. I can take these 3 fighters and throw them in Persia. And then I'm going to bring these guys down here. And we may be able to press into Africa now. Could jump over here and reinforce it, but with what? 4 guys? Okay, so this might be good. And if we can kick him out of Thailand and keep producing... Okay, this was good down here. Although, this guy's been coming up with great counters to everything I do, so... I don't know how he's going to counter losing 1 or hitting only 1 infantry after all this. I could put the artillery and the infantry down there in India, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to put them up here. In fact, I think I'm going to sacrifice... I don't want to do that. He's going to attack it anyway. Because he's got fighters. Yeah. Alright. Alrighty, let's put the tanks, the infantry, and the artillery in Germany. And we'll put the 3 destroyers in Sea Zone 5. And all in all, that's a pretty good round for Germany. He's going to probably put 14 guys in there. But I only lost 1 infantry. And I got some more armor there. So probably 1 or 2 more turns of that. Obviously, the luck was really good. But if we get a couple more turns of good strafes, we should be able to hard stack France and then just go into Africa. If we can capture Africa, taking away 16 plus France, we can start attacking the UK's money, which would be really good. But anyway, that's going to do it for a really long Germany round 14, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 14. All right, Japan round number 14. So England bought another destroyer, 9 infantry, and an artillery. And this is going to be his strategy. He's going to start doing as many landings as possible. I only defended Italy with 1 guy, so took Italy, of course, having no losses, and moved in there, and then he stacked France. And so it's going to take me a minute to kick these guys out of here. I'm going to have to do some stuff. I need to push into Africa. I need to push into Africa and start stealing some of UK's money. UK has way too much fucking money. 50. I mean, that's just ridiculous that the United Kingdom has that much money. So I've got to push in and take some of his money away. So I'm going to do some risky stuff, right? So I'm going to push into Burma. I'm going to push into Yunnan with all my stuff from Kang Tung here, anticipating that he's going to get a hit back. So I did the math. I calculated that if I lose a guy taking Yunnan, and then he hits it with everything that he can hit it with. Lucky for me, he didn't kill his destroyer, so there's no bombardment risk. He's got like a 90% chance to win the battle and 70% chance to conquer it. If I don't lose any infantry, it's like a 50% chance for him to conquer it, and he loses a bunch of stuff. So he's probably not going to take that battle. The other thing, like for me, he's spending a lot of time down here trying to shuffle guys in here because obviously he wants to take India. But because of his total domination in the Pacific, if this was me, I'd probably just split my fleets between 48 and 37 and just build a shit ton of transports and move everything to 48 and just start landings in Japan. Or just once I have, 12 transports, I'll drop 24 guys into Shanghai, and there's nothing I could do about it at that point. But he's spending his time doing this, which is good for me right now. But if he ever decides to just build and not even worry about this, then it's going to be big time trouble for me, I think. So, but I'm going to do it anyway. So the other thing I'm going to do is, it's a risk, and I hate doing it, but I'm going to hit Burma with 9 fighters, just to try to kill everything in here. If I don't kill everything, but he doesn't get any hits back, which I guarantee he's getting at least 1 hit back, probably 2. That'll be fine, because then he won't be able to take Yunnan back from me, and I can finally push him out of here, which is what I want to do. So, Japan, I did buy a fighter, a tank, an artillery, and 3 infantry. All right, and for our combat, we're going to push into Burma and push into Yunnan. And we're going to hit Burma with 9 fighters. And then these fighters are going back to Germany to try to protect. I have to take Italy back this turn. I'd like to take France back. I'm sure he's going to stack his 7 more land units into Northwestern Europe, which is going to give me way too much stuff to try to trade. But I may also just... he put a destroyer here in Sea Zone 6. I might just do the same, throw a destroyer here in Sea Zone 6 so that he can't do the 1-2. He can only do the attack with America, which isn't strong enough yet. to kill my Navy here, and then just keep buying maybe one destroyer to try to keep them at bay as long as possible till I can get enough troops here to kick them out of Europe. So that's going to be our combat. So let's run it. Okay, combat was absolutely exceptional. We lost nobody. So, for the non-com, these 3 fighters are going to Germany. Alright, we're going to send... let's see here. We're going to send 3... Let's send 3 fighters back to India. We'll send 6 fighters to Kwangtung. We're going to send 9 infantry to Kwangtung and 3 back up to Manchuria. And this is kind of hilarious. Burma switched back. Oh, no, it didn't. Never mind. So he can still, if he wants to, stack 7 guys in Burma. But he can only attack Yunnan with 3 guys and 4 fighters. And that is a losing proposition. So we're only going to have 3 fighters in India, but that's all we need, really. Because he can't hit India with nothing but 4 guys and 4 planes. And we got all this in here. So that's actually pretty good. So let's finish this move. Going to put our fighter in Japan. We're going to put our tank, our artillery, and 3 guys will go to Manchuria. And that's going to be the end of Japan at round number 14. So now, depending on what he does here, I guess if he wants to put 7 guys in here, he can. But I don't think that's very wise. That's just asking to be killed. He might decide to drop him in Thailand. Or he might do what I said and just split his navies and just start building up stuff. And to me, I just got to keep... I'm going to go back to probably doing infantry and fighters from Japan to try to get as much land defense as I possibly can. So when he does decide to drop shit in Shanghai or try to take Japan back or try to take Japan, I'll be ready for it. There's no way I can compete with this navy, and I can't build any navy. So, but because I did this move here, depending on what USA does, I can probably push Germany into Transjordan this turn. So I'll have to run the math on this. So anyway, that's going to be it for Japan round number 14. And I will see you guys back for Germany round number 15. Alright, Germany round number 15. So United States bought the same thing that they've been buying the last few turns. 13 infantry, an artillery, and a destroyer. Put 7 of the infantry in the 2 islands down here. Put 6 infantry and an artillery in eastern United States. And put the destroyer also in C-Zone 11. He moved a destroyer up to Sea Zone 10. He dropped a couple more guys in Northwestern, so he has 10 units there. And then he grabbed the guys from the islands and put them in Thailand. He still didn't kill my destroyer here, so he's making no effort to go after Manchuria. I'm not sure what he's doing, because I can just keep hammering this and kill it. I have to start pushing them out of here, and so I'm going to take some risky moves, I think, in order to kick United Kingdom out of here and try to solidify my foothold here. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to actually push into Sea Zone 6. So instead of having a 1-2 punch on my Navy here, he's only going to be able to... He can kill my blocker here and then hit it with America, but America will not have enough. I've done the math to kill my fleet in Sea Zone 5. As long as I keep my fleet in Sea Zone 5, and then next turn I can add to it if I need to. My buy for this turn was 12 infantry and 2 tanks. 2 tanks and 8 infantry are going into Germany, and then either 2 infantry will go into Karelia, or they'll go into India. I haven't decided yet. But we're going to do a couple 3 things. First thing we're going to do is push forward into Transjordan. Alright, we're going to take 1 tank and we're going to blitz that. Take it for Germany. And then we're going to... Okay, so here's where it gets interesting. We're going to take 5 guys, our 3 artillery, and all of our tanks. We're going to hit Italy. We're going to take 6 guys and our 6 fighters. And we're going to hit France. And then we're going to take 1 submarine, 1 destroyer, and our bomber. Try to kill that blocker. Okay, where's my sea zone defense? Okay, I actually have 1 less sub than I thought I had. It's still 99% to hold. Okay, so we're still good in Sea Zone 5. If this works out. And then that's all we're going to do. We're going to fly these fighters back to Germany. And hopefully we can withstand America's attack. If we kill enough guys in France, he won't be able to do a 1-2. But France obviously is an important battle. I had to leave some infantry there because I need it. I need to be able to withstand his stuff here. I'm not quite ready to hard stack France. But I will be, I think, in a couple turns. I'll be able to just hard stack it with a bunch of tanks and infantry, and he won't be able to take it back. And I can land a couple fighters there. So pretty soon, I should be able to hard stack this. So let's run the combat. All right. Okay, I will never complain. Well, I take that back. Of course I will complain about the dice. But I had absolutely fantastic dice. I did not lose anybody in Italy. Anybody, which is phenomenal. And I lost 2 guys in France, which is way above average. Way, way above average. So, That's just unbelievable. That's unbelievable. So now I should be in a good position to hard stack France. I may be even able to do it next turn. So he's going to be able to hit it with 9 guys and artillery and 4 fighters. 1, 2. Yeah, only 4 fighters. And maybe that works. I mean, he might take it back. But I'm going to have so much stuff here now that I think I can just bum rush him and kill him. So I want to decide maybe if I put the tanks here and just use the infantry there. Just because if I do that next turn, they can go there. And I already have 8 tanks there. Man, I don't know. So move those 2 tanks there. Or if I put them there, because it's going to take 2 turns for the infantry to get there. But only 1 turn for the tanks. I think I'm going to put the tanks there. Because I want to be able to, if I can, hard stack France. Let me look one more time just to make sure. My fighters go back to Sea Zone 5. My bomber goes back to Germany. These fighters go to Germany. Nobody else is moving. I think that's right. Yep, I think that's right. Okay. Oh, and he left. He was online a second ago, but he left. So it's probably going to be another day before he moves. Alright. I'm going to put 2 tanks and 8 infantry into Germany. I'm going to put 2 infantry into Karelia. And I'm going to put 2 infantry into India. And now, even if he stacks France, I'll be able to put 21 guys and 10 tanks there. And that should be enough to keep him out of it. Especially if I can kill this. So maybe not 21, because he's going to drop, what, 7 more guys in there? Well, no, he can only drop 6. So he's only going to put 6 more land units in there. I should be able to just kill him. So I can keep wiping him and keep stacking. We'll just keep building and keep doing it. He's going to eventually kill this transport, this destroyer. I don't know what he's doing down there. Especially once I take Africa. Once I crack Africa... I don't have any fight. Well, let's see. 1... Yeah. So I'm not going to be able to crack Africa, I don't think. Yep. But I do have 58 IPCs to spend next turn, so that's good. That battle for Italy was remarkable. So anyway. He's got an AA gun there, but no AA gun from America. So we can probably wipe that too. And Japan's probably going to be able to wipe this as well, because I have 9 fighters in range of this now. So I just have to do a little bit of math and keep pushing. And if I can kick him out of here, take this back for Japan, the problem is I can't do anything about having no navy here. But if I can push into Africa, take away some of UK's money, then I can figure out what to do about this. But I still think it's going to be a lot more turns probably. So that's going to do it for Germany 15, and I will see you guys back for Japan round number 15. All right, Japan around number 15. So United Kingdom bought an infantry. I'm sorry, they bought 8 infantry and artillery, an AA gun, and a destroyer. They mobilized the destroyer, the AA gun, and 1 infantry into Canada. And then they mobilized 7 infantry and an artillery into United Kingdom. And they suffered 1 loss taking France. They attacked with 9 guys, some fighters, and an artillery. And they suffered 2 losses. And then they went and killed my destroyer here. They lost a destroyer, so they had to move another one there. So they... it was a wash for me, I think. But I don't know if America should still be good against America, but we'll have to see. So, with Japan, I'm just doing my infantry and aircraft buy. So I bought another plane and 6 infantry. And we're going to take 4 of these guys. And we're going to take 9 fighters. And we're going to try to take Indochina, Thailand. And then we're going to back some of these guys off. And maybe send a tank to India. But that's it. As far as the attack goes. Oh, that was rough. Alright, we're going to send... let's see here. We're going to send... 3 of the fighters back to India. 5 of the fighters back to Kwangtung. And now we're going to back off. Send our tank to India. We're going to drop these 9 guys here. Wow, that's rough. That is a rough round of combat there. Wow. All right. We're going to throw 2 infantry into Kwangtung, 3 infantry into Manchuria, 1 infantry into Japan, and a fighter into Japan. Alright, that was kind of rough because we're going to lose both of these again. And he can stack Burma again. That was really rough. But we're going to send a lot of troops down there, so we might be okay. So anyway, that's going to be it for Japan round number 15. And I'll see you back for Germany round number 16. Alright, Germany round number 16. So this time America bought 12 infantry and 2 transports. And he ended up putting 5 infantry here and the 2 transports in eastern United States. And he put the 7 infantry, as he usually does in the islands here. He still didn't take out the destroyer, but he did take back Yunnan. And he took Burma. So, I'm faced with... This is just going to keep getting stronger and stronger. So, I'm going to take a chance. And the sea battle here is also going to get weaker and weaker. He's got 90-something% chance to beat me if he does the 1-2 right now. And I didn't buy any more ships because I can't. I went ahead and just bought 12 infantry, 2 tanks, and another fighter. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to stack France. All right. And we're going to use our 6 fighters here. We're going to use our bomber and we're going to use our sub. Oops. One destroyer and we're going to use our sub. Actually, you know what? I don't want to use two destroyers. Yeah, we'll use our sub. We're going to have to buy ships next turn for sure. And I did the math on this. It's like a 50-50, so I'm not going to do it yet. I can get it up to like a 75 if I use the bomber over here, but I'm not going to do it. So he's going to hold Africa, which really sucks. But if this goes well, the projection is I lose 3 infantry. If I lose only 3 infantry on this battle here, I should be able to keep it against a 1-2 from America and England. So we'll see what happens. And I think that's all I want to do. I thought about hitting this instead, but I think we're going to try to take France and hold France. And then we're going to focus on, we're going to throw as many troops as we can, land units, and just keep holding this. Alright, combat was a tremendous success. We only lost 1 guy taking France, which is great. So we are going to land 1 fighter. Actually, no. I take that back. We're going to land 4 fighters in Germany. 5 fighters in Sea Zone 5. The bomber is going back to Germany. We're going to move these 2 guys towards Germany. We're going to move 1 tank over to Transjordan. And I think that's it. I think that's it. And we'll see what UK does. If he decides to stack Northwestern, that's fine. He may decide to go up there and take Finland. Yeah, so let's not do that. Let's go... Let's leave these guys over here in case we have to build... In case we have to attack with the fighters and kill his stuff here. We might have to do that. That would be the logical answer. If he can't take France back, he's going to go up to 3 and take Finland, Norway again. Which I'll have to defend then. But I think no matter what, I'm going to push into Africa next turn. So, and I'm going to wipe everything out. If he doesn't stack Northwestern, then he's got 6 more guys here from America, and I'm going to wipe them all out. So, we'll see. Okay, I'm landing, what? 4 fighters and a bomber there, so there'll be 7 fighters, right? Okay. I did the math. 2 tanks, 7 fighters, 11 infantry, and an AA gun against his 10-6, 2 fighters and a bomber. That is going to be a 98% defense. So, we're going to do that. And then we are going to put 2 tanks and 8 infantry into Germany. We're going to put a fighter into Sea Zone 5. We're going to put 3 infantry into Italy. And 1 more infantry into Karelia. And that is it. All right. So we've done what we attempted to do. This is just a pain in my ass also. I should have went forward probably more, but I didn't. Eventually he's going to figure out just kill this and then he can take Manchuria. So I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know why he's not doing it. Maybe he doesn't want to spread himself out so thin, but eventually that's going to happen. Anyway, that's going to be it for Germany round number 16, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 16. All right, Japan round number 16. So England, they went ahead and bought another destroyer. Let's see here. England bought a destroyer and artillery and 9 infantry. He put the artillery and 7 infantry into UK. Put 2 infantry and a destroyer into into Canada and Sea Zone 10. He attacked Sea Zone 6 with a destroyer and some planes, lost the destroyer, and then moved another one. So this is having the desired effect. Slowly but surely, he just keeps replacing it every turn with another one, which is fine. It's not making any headway. I'm going to do some dramatic sea buying next turn. I think I'm going to buy 6 subs. And put them all in here, and that's going to get him thinking about this. And then I'm going to, even though it really can't attack this yet, but and I'm going to keep probably blocking Sea Zone 6 if I can. And I'm going to start stack shifting. So I did the math on this. Even if he attacks this with America, he's not going to be able to kill it. He's got to have a good chance of defending if he tries to attack this with America. And then all this stuff from Germany and France is going to crush Northwest Europe. So I'm sure that he's going to take 6 of these guys and put them in Northwest Europe. And if he does that, it's all going to die. If he goes up here to 3 and drops them in Finland, that would be a better move, I would think. To try to go to Karelia. And that would cause me some problems. That would definitely cause me some problems. Although I do have a ton of planes and a bomber, but it would still cause me issues if he started doing that. But I could send tanks up there once I wipe this. So it'll make this an easier battle, and then I could just send tanks up there. So I do have a defense for it if it turns out that way. And as long as America doesn't kill this destroyer, he's not threatening Manchuria in any way, and I don't understand why he doesn't do that. Because he should be making me defend Manchuria, but he's not. He's letting me put guys down here. And he's not even buying any really offensive. He's just buying infantry to try to stack as many infantry as possible. Maybe to go over here to India and try to take it back. But it's not, with only 4 transports. He's really not building much of a force here. He's just doing the same thing every turn. And he added 2 transports here. I don't know if these guys are going to go to Africa, maybe because he sees this. So these guys may go down to Africa. We'll see if that happens. But they're going to be too many turns out anyway. Because if he sends them there with no protection, I'm gonna bomb him. So anyway, that's going to be dealt with on Germany's turn. So for Japan, all I'm going to do is just move forward into Yunnan. And all I did was buy 6 infantry and a fighter. All I did. Same thing we've been doing. So we'll take the 5 fighters. take our 3 fighters, and we'll kill that. Take our tank. And that's going to be all the combat for Japan. It's really short turn for Japan. Alright, for the non-com. 3 of these fighters going back to India. 5 of them are going to Kwangtung. 7 infantry are going to Kwangtung, and 2 infantry are going up to Manchuria. 2 fighters are going to Kwangtung. And that is going to be it for our non-com. Alright, for the mobilization, 2 infantry are going into Kwangtung, 3 infantry are going into Manchuria, and 1 infantry and a fighter are going into mainland Japan. So like I said, pretty short turn. We got the same amount of money. We're not really making any money. This should be able to hold. I'm going to probably use Germany to kill this guy. I probably won't press all the way in here because I need this to be alive at the end, and I'm going to press into Egypt. So I'll probably just go light into Burma to try to kill it. We'll see what he does though. If he moves over here, that's actually pretty good for me because then I can squeeze him. If he goes and just stacks this with 7, so he has 14, I can probably hit this with 10 fighters and all this stuff in Yunnan and kill it all. We'll have to see if he keeps doing the same things. Now, if he decides to kill the destroyer and open up this shot into Manchuria, then we might have an issue. But so far, he hasn't done that. If he does it, we'll have to start shuffling around our fighters, obviously, so that we can protect this. But as long as we've got 17. Ooh, see, these aren't in position, but these are. So we've got 9 fighters and 17 infantry in range of Shanghai. If he decides to just grab, let's say, 8 guys, go in here and drop them in Shanghai. Then if he does that, I can kill all the guys. But I think that'd be a better move for him than doing what he's doing. But we'll see what he does. That's going to be it for Japan, round number 16. I'll see you guys back for Germany, round number 17. Alright, Germany, round number 17. So, America actually attacked France with like 15 infantry and 7 artillery. And a couple of fighters and a bomber, and he killed 10 of my infantry, and then he retreated with 5 artilleries, which is fine. We're going to shift stack anyway and kill everything left in Northwestern, and hopefully we have enough stuff there to stave off the UK and America. I think we will, especially if we throw the 3 fighters from Japan in there after UK's turn. UK's not going to have enough stuff to kill me. And then he did the same thing. He put all he did was buy 14 infantry and a destroyer. So now he's got his transports ready to go. And he bought 7 infantry for the islands and 7 infantry for eastern United States. And he's just going to keep stacking it. But I'm going to have enough, I think, to keep kicking him out. So we're going to try to crack open Africa this turn. We have an 84% chance. 83.4% chance to take Egypt. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to hammer this. We're also, I know it's risky because we're not buying in a lot of land units, but we went ahead and bought 6 submarines and 6 infantry. Once Northwestern's gone, there's no possibility of a 1-2 against Germany. I'm going to throw 6 subs in C-Zone 5, and that's going to get him thinking about what I'm going to do here. Even though I have no intention of attacking this yet. I just want to kick him out, solidify my defenses, and then I'll work on it after I take Africa. So the first thing I want to do is take Egypt. This is an important battle. It is only an 83%, so I guess 17% we don't take it. I thought about attacking this guy, but I don't think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna leave my defenses the way they are right now. I'm gonna have to hit this and strafe it at least, so that when he goes into Burma, he's not gonna be able to put, because he's got 7 more guys, he could have 21. That'll be too many for me to defend in India. So I'm gonna have to actually hit this and try to kill it. And then, but if we can crack Africa, we can start taking away a lot of UK's money. And then we're going to take the bomber and a destroyer and try to kill this. And then we are going to shift stack everything in France and everything in Germany is going to attack Northwestern. And our hope is that we don't take too many losses. He's got 13 units here. Hopefully we don't lose too many infantry on that. But we'll have to see. So let's go with that. Okay, combat was decent. We lost the destroyer in the attack on C-Zone 6. And this, the calculator was exactly right on. It predicted we'd have 2 tanks and 2 artilleries left. And we have 2 tanks and 2 artilleries left. Now, if we can manage to kill all of these guys, then he won't be able to take Egypt back. But I assume that he'll try. Ooh, maybe we should put our battleship there. But he could just kill it and land there anyway, so that's not... I can't get the battleship over here to block, so that's not a big deal. So we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to hope... Maybe we'll move some Japanese fighters around. We'll fly maybe those 2 over there, 3 there, and maybe we'll throw a couple Japanese fighters in Egypt. We'll have to see. We might have to. So our non-com, we're going to send our bomber back to Germany, and we're going to send our 10 fighters. We're going to send 6 of them back there, 4 back to Germany. We're going to move these 3 guys up, our AA gun up, take this AA gun and move it to Northwestern. We'll take these 3 guys and we'll move them south towards Germany. We'll take 1 destroyer, move it into C-Zone 6. And then we're not going to move anyone else. All right. Wait a minute. Do we send those other 4 fighters back to Germany? I think we did, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to throw 6 infantry into Germany, 6 submarines into Sea Zone 5. And that's going to be it for Germany. Germany round number 17. And I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 17. Okay, Japan round number 17. So England bought a transport, 8 infantry, and artillery, and a tank. He took Sea Zone 6 back with no losses. And he took France, which we expected, and dropped an AA gun and 7 infantry there. He's going to follow it up probably with these 8 guys. So he'll have 15 guys and an AA gun in there. I've got 62 money with Germany. I should have 13 infantry, or a minimum of 12. Take all this shit and crush France, and then reload with. He shouldn't be able to. I don't think he'll be able to get me. I'm just wondering if I should land these 3 fighters in Northwestern. I don't think I can, because if I do, United States will kill the fighters. So I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna leave them in Germany at this point. What I am going to do is I am going to strafe the hell out of this. I went ahead and did my standard 6 infantry and a fighter because I can't take any more money. So we're actually going to hit this with 1 guy and this tank. And then we're going to use 13, 2 artilleries, our tank, and 10 fighters. And try to knock this out as much as possible. Because I don't want this to build up too big. We'll see if America attacks this. I don't think he has odds. But he might. Because he's got 9 destroyers, 4 subs, only 2 planes and no battleships, and he'd have to bring the aircraft carrier, which I don't think he will. I'll have to see. He might hit this. I mean, I didn't expect him to hit France, and he did, so we'll see. Maybe he'll hit Sea Zone 5, and that could turn the game against me, so we'll have to see. But that is for another turn. So let's run this. Hopefully this pays off. And we can see what's going to go on with Europe. Alright, 3 of our fighters go back to India. Actually, you know what? We'll put 4 of them there. We'll send 4 fighters back to India. 6 of them will go to Kwangtung. We're going to move our 8 infantry from Manchuria down. We're going to send 1 fighter over to Kwangtung. Now this will be interesting. He can attack with 7 infantry and 4 fighters. And he's probably going to take this. I don't know. But we're going to build it up. And then we'll take, actually, we'll take these guys and we'll put 2 guys there. So that if we have to, we can attack Burma as well. All right. Okay. All right, we're going to mobilize 2 infantry into Kwangtung. 3 infantry into Manchuria. And an infantry and a fighter into Japan. And we're actually up to 31 money, which is nice. Get an extra infantry next turn if we need to. Or maybe a tank. So I'm anticipating he's going to hit Thailand. But maybe we'll get some hitbacks and he won't take it very strong. Or he'll take Burma, which he might take Burma. I don't know. We'll have to see. But anyway, that's going to be it for Japan, round number 17. And I will see you guys back for Germany, round number 18. Alright, Germany, round number 18. So USA did the same buy again, a destroyer, 13 infantry, and an artillery. Only this time he put the 1 artillery in the Philippines instead of in eastern United States. He was able to take Indochina Thailand back, which I did the math and I thought he would. But we should be able to trade it for a little bit anyway and stack some more stuff. So that's actually not terrible. Not great, but it's not terrible. Let's see here. And then he threw 8 guys in France, which we figured he would. So, I'm going to keep doing the shift stack. The stack shift until I can build up enough of a force in here to completely kick him out and stack everything. So what I went ahead and bought was 2 tanks, 10 infantry, an artillery, and 2 destroyers. I did that because I'm actually going to try to protect this fleet. I'm going to send 1 destroyer and all my fighters. At this, and hopefully I don't get a hit back. I'm going to stack shift this. And then I'm going to take 1 artillery and take that. I'm going to move the other one down. I'm going to take a tank and go there with 1. And I'm going to take a tank and go there with the other one. This guy will be dead, so he will not be able to land anything here to kill my tank. If he wants to use planes against it, okay. I'm okay with that. And then our bomber we're not using because we're going to send it down to India because it's going to go to Africa to help kick these 3 guys out. And then if he decides not to send any more, if he wants to send more guys to Africa, great. That means they're not landing. So it'll get this stack up here even better, quicker. Just hoping he doesn't get a hit back in C-Zone 6. Not a lot of moving parts for Germany this turn. I could kill that, but I can't stack it, so there's no point. Alright, let's run this and see how it goes. Alright, the calculator was right on again. It predicted I'd lose 6 guys attacking France, and I lost 6 guys attacking France. We'll move the AA gun down there. We're going to send the bomber to India. We're going to send these 3 guys to Germany. We're going to send 6 fighters back to Sea Zone 5. 4 fighters back to Germany. And we're going to move these guys over to 27. And that looks like that's all we're going to do. All right, our 2 let's see here. Wait a minute. 2 tanks and an infantry go into Italy. The reason for that is when we stack shift back up to Northwestern, our 2 tanks can just drive through Germany and get there. 1 artillery and 9 infantry go into Germany. 2 destroyers go into Sea Zone 5. All right. And we're back up to 63 money for Germany, which is good. That's going to be it for Germany round number 18. And I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 18. All right, Japan round number 18. So, finally, England decided to go for Norway, Finland again. He went ahead and bought 2 artilleries and 9 infantry, put 8 infantry in the United Kingdom, 2 artilleries and an infantry over in Canada. He landed in Norway and Finland. And he took Sea Zone 6 back, and he also sent a tank and infantry over to Africa to try to defend Africa, which is pretty smart, I think, on his behalf. Although he's going to lose this transport. But I guess if I kill his transport, I'll lose my battleship. All right, let's see here. All right. Anyway, I'll figure out how to deal with that later. Right now, all I did was... So, because he did this, I'm anticipating that he's probably going to figure out he can do this and start threatening mainland Japan, or at least trading Shanghai instead, which is Victory City. So I went ahead and bought, because I only can buy 5 land units, I bought another fighter, 3 infantry, and 2 tanks. And the 2 tanks are going up in Manchuria. I can just motor them down here to Kwangtung if I need them. They can motor back and forth, so that's fine, wherever they're at. And then we're going to take 2 infantry and all of our fighters and kill his guy in Thailand. And that's it. We'll have to set up a defense of Karelia, but that's fine. So he bought another... He did not buy another destroyer. So the last couple turns, if I know correctly, let's see. This, he did 2 artilleries, 9 infantry. 17, he did not get a destroyer. 16, he got a destroyer. And I think probably 15, he got a destroyer. Yeah. And how about 14? A destroyer, yeah. So he stopped buying destroyers, but he had quite a few of them. Now he's only got 3, but it'll be enough right now. So, let's get this done. We're going to move these 9 guys forward. We're going to put 4 fighters there. 3 fighters in India. 4 fighters in Kwangtung. 1 more fighter in Kwangtung. These 8 guys are going to go down here. Our tank is going to go back to India. All right. All right, our 2 tanks are going up to Manchuria. 2 infantry are going into Kwangtung, and 1 infantry and a fighter into mainland Japan. All right. We have 31 again, which is nice, so we can buy a couple more tanks if we need to. We've got a decent sized couple of stacks here now. So now it's about protecting what we've got. All he can land, he can take. He's not going to be able to take either one of those, but he can take Thailand back again. He should do it light and keep some of his troops, but who knows? And he can probably take, and he can take Burma. So he can take both of those, but we can now hit both of those. So that's good for us. So that's going to do it for Japan round number 18. And I will see you guys back for Germany round 19. All right, Germany round number 19. So USA finally killed the destroyer in C-Zone 61. So now he can... Right now he can take, what, 4 infantry and 1 artillery. Because these guys will actually be dead. So it's really 3 infantry and 1 artillery and hit Manchuria, which I should have a good defense from that. And I'm going to land some fighters there. I'm not really worried about this yet. He then bought 13 infantry. Let's see here. Yeah, 14 infantry and an artillery. So 7, the infantry only went there, and then the 7 and an artillery went there. And then he sent guys to Africa. So he went down and landed in Africa, threw a bomber in Brazil, which I'm assuming is a bait for this battleship, right? So if my battleship goes either into 24 or kills these guys here, he can hit with a destroyer and a bomber and 4 subs. So I'm not going to do that. I think I'm going to use my battleship just to take Madagascar in like a turn or 2, and then it'll be dead, but he'll never get that point back. And I have to defend this now. So I went ahead and I bought 2 tanks, 12 infantry, a transport, and a destroyer. Now, I don't know if that's going to force him to move all of his fleet into C-Zone 6. Which would not make me happy, because that would be a 1-2. But if he does that, then he can't land in France and Northwestern, because I can just bomb the shit out of him. At least he can't do it, quickly. And in fact, I should stack. I'm going to leave France stacked, because I'm going to start putting a bomber here, I think. So that I can he can't have these unguarded transports. Just silliness. So, what I have to do first is I'm going to blitz that and go there. I'm going to take this, blitz that, and go there. I'm going to... Man, I really was going to take this, but he's got 5 Americans there now, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to back off. For right now. I guess I could have put the 2 tanks there, but I'm going to put it here. Because I'm going to land a couple Japanese fighters in here, and that should keep it safe. At least for a turn or two. And a bomber. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then we're going to take 1 destroyer. And all of our fighters. And attack that. All right. All right, I dodged a bullet again on the C zone here, and we did not lose anybody. So we're going to send 6 fighters there, and then 4 fighters are going to France. This guy's going up here. My tanks are going to Germany. My 12 guys, my artillery, actually, and these 2 tanks are going to Baltic. 2 of these tanks are going to Germany. And 2 of these tanks are going to Transjordan. This guy's moving back. This guy's moving down. And our bomber is moving over here. And then let's see here. Alright, he doesn't have an AA gun, so if he lands heavy in here, I'm just going to crush it. In fact, I may just stack it. I might stack it. All right. Okay. 10 infantry are going into Germany. 2 tanks into Russia. Transport and a destroyer into Sea Zone 5. Now, transport, I'm trying to be sneaky. I mean, obviously, there's not enough transports for me to hit England. But I should be able to grab maybe a couple infantry, drop it in Norway, and then I don't have to make my way around, trying to move all the way over here. I can drop it in 1 turn, and that'll be good. And if he somehow screws up and leaves United Kingdom open, then I can attack with all of my fighters and a couple of land units and just sacrifice them all to take the United Kingdom. I don't know if I can do that though because of this here. He can probably take it back, which would suck, but I would get some money out of it. It might set him back, but it would kill a lot of my fighters, which I probably don't want to do. So anyway, I can't do anything about that this turn. Oh, I gotta correct some moves. So what do I gotta correct here? Oh, I gotta, and I'm gonna put 2 guys in India. All right. All right, that's going to do it for Germany round number 19, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 19. All right, Japan round number 19. So England took Karelia Light. They stacked Norway. They didn't buy anything for Canada. He bought 2 destroyers, so he put the two destroyers in Sea Zone 6, and then 5 infantry and an artillery that went into England. And then he reinforced Africa. So he sent guys down here. This was a mistake by me. I didn't count on him using a transport to drop more guys in there. Even though I expected 2 tanks and an artillery to get more than 1 hit in return. That was my bad. But he's going to lose 2 transports. I'm going to lose his battleship anyway, but he's going to lose these 3 transports. So, and I also have to defend... I'm gonna take Karelia back lightly, probably with Germany, but I need to stack it or at least be prepared to bum rush, put a bunch of shit there, because America, based on his ship placement, they're going up here too. They're not going to go back here because they can't afford to. He also moved his fleet into Sea Zone 6 because I put the transport here. Obviously, I put the transport here so I could land guys in these territories here, but if I can sneak over here, I will. But anyway, I'm probably going to buy more ships. I don't know. But I'm going to lose Africa most likely because I don't have enough to hold it. I'll have to see. But as far as Japan goes, all we did was we bought 2 tanks, 3 infantry, and a plane. And then we've figured out that we can defend Manchuria, Kwangtung, and Yunnan. I did the math on all 3 of them. And I'm going to shuffle around some infantry and tanks and fighters. And we should get Kwangtung up to 96%, Yunnan up to 98%, and Manchuria up to 87% to defend. So, I got to get enough stuff here so I can just push him out of here, take this money back, and then, I was trying to squeeze England for as much money as I can get. It's going to work for like a turn, but then next turn he's going to take all this stuff back. So, not great. But maybe I'll if I can send some stuff over here from Japan, I will. But I don't think I can do that this turn. I really need to start buying bombers. I don't know. This is just one of those conundrums in the game. It's like I can get to 8. I can get to 8 out of 9 cities like every turn. Every single turn. But I just can't get that 9th one because I have no navy. And I can't generate enough navy no matter how much money I have because I have to squeeze out the other powers. So, but I got to keep trying. If I can get enough land stuff here where I can squeeze them out completely, I'll start sending more stuff over to Africa from Japan. So all we're going to do right now is we're going to take 2 guys and 2 guys, and we're going to take 3 fighters from there, 4 fighters from, wait a minute, yeah, from there, and we're going to take 2 fighters and 2 fighters, and we're going to save this one. It's going to fly back up here to Manchuria. Is it gonna fly out there? Because I got to put one of the, I got to shuffle around the fighters. But anyway, I need to save one that can get up to Manchuria. And that's pretty much all we're going to do with Japan. Man, I wish we could attack something with this. I really do. But we can't. Alright, let's do it. Alright, combat was immaculate. We didn't lose anybody. So now we have to figure out what we're going to do here. So we're going to take one tank and move it to Kwangtung. We're going to take 5 of these infantry and move them into Yunnan. We're going to take 5 of those fighters and move them there. That fighter's going up to Manchuria. 4 of those fighters are going there. The other one's going there and back to India. So at the end of this turn, and we're going to send these 2 fighters over to Manchuria. Right, so we're going to have 11, 5, 3, and 5 fighters. All right, I think that's all I want to do. So let's get that done. Yep, because I'm putting the 2 tanks there and 5 fighters, which I already did the math on that. 5, 2, and 5 fighters. All right. All right. 2 tanks going to Kwangtung, 3 infantry going to Manchuria, and the fighter goes into mainland Japan. All right. Like I've said, we've done the math on these 3 defenses. This is the weakest one at 87%. But he can only take 3 infantry and an artillery and hit this with a couple bombardments and some planes. So, if the calculators are right, then I should be able to hold these. So probably just take this back. He can use the 7 guys, land that there, maybe take Burma back. Use half and half, probably do both. But then he's still splitting his fighters. So we're not really doing anything but just trading. But what did I make? Did I make some money? Yeah, I'm at 31 again. My attack power lead is 100. Well, 99. I have an attack power lead of almost 100. And I will have 8 out of 9 cities at the start of next turn. After I take Karelia back, but it's just I can't seem to get over the hump and crack it. I really wish I had one land unit that could drop in Madagascar and just bleed as much money as I can from England, but I'm not doing a good job of that. He's making 31. That's just way too much for England. I got to cut that down. And so once I stack Karelia with enough stuff, then I can keep doing the stack shifting over here, and maybe I can get enough stuff to totally kick him out of Europe. But it's going to be, this game's not ending anytime soon. Unless one of us makes a catastrophic mistake. And I hope it's not me, but this game I think is going to go on for a long time. So this is the end of Japan round 19, and I'll see you guys back for Germany round number 20. Alright, Germany round number 20. So United States... they went ahead and bought 14 infantry and a destroyer, another destroyer, put it here, put 7 infantry on East Coast, 7 infantry in the islands. He landed a lot of troops. He took this back in Thailand, and he landed a lot of troops in Malaya, which I think he's either going to set it up so he can use these to keep taking this back, or he's going to hop over to Africa. Probably going to hop over to Africa. So I'm not making any headway at all. And neither is he really. But, I mean, I have an 80 attack power lead. 80. Which is pretty significant. It was 100. But I have an 80 attack power lead, and every turn I get up to 8 victory cities, but I just can't get 9. So I'm going to lose Africa because I made a mistake here and I left the units here unprotected with the bomber. I should have backed him off, probably into Sudan, and then backed him into Egypt, and I could have supported him, but I didn't do it. So kind of screwed there. I'm going to go ahead and use my battleship. It's probably going to die. I'm going to kill these 2 transports. He's going to have to use this destroyer and probably the bomber to kill it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I guess he could move his aircraft carrier down here as well if he does that, but then his aircraft carrier will be down here and not here. So that's fine. It's just about time I use my battleship for something. I can never sneak him over here because of this fleet. There's no way I can get him into the med, so... I mean, unless he survives this and I can get him into the med, that'd be great, but I don't think he's going to survive. So I might as well kill the 2 transports when I have a chance. All I did was buy 15 infantry, 1 artillery, and an aircraft carrier. My aircraft carrier will get this defense up to 66%. I can't really get much more. I'm going to stack shift. He's got 15 units, 14 and an artillery that are going to land in France or Northwestern. Or they're going to go up here to Finland next turn. So I'm going to shift stack. I'm going to shift everybody over and get ready to hammer this. But in the meantime, I'm going to take 2 units. And we're going to drop them there. I'm going to use my battleship to bombard. I'm going to use my cruiser. I don't have a cruiser. Alright. I'm going to use 6 fighters. And we're going to kill that. There's really nothing else I can take. I could try to take Burma, but there's no need. Japan's going to take it and they could use the money. And it pains me that I have to abandon France again after I finally kicked him out. But I don't see another alternative. Because I think he's going to have enough to... Well, maybe not. But with the 1-2 with England, he's probably going to go up here. So I got to be prepared to stack to kill it. So we're going to do that. I'm also going to put guys in the Caucasus and we're going to send them down towards Africa. We're going to try to contest Africa. We're going to have to. But now he's got it in a position where he can hop over here. He did vacate 61, so I can do the old destroyer block again if I need to, but it doesn't even look like he's trying to go over here. So I probably won't. It depends. Maybe he's trying to make it so I don't do it and then he just jumps over here. So I'll probably make sure I defend those. But for now, I'm just kind of treading water here. Alright, so let's kill this and take it. And then we'll shuffle our stuff around. Alright, for the non-com, we're going to move this guy back to Trans. Our tanks are going back to India. These tanks are going to the Caucasus. The planes are going back to C-Zone 5. 2 of these planes are going into C-Zone 5. The rest of them will go to Germany. Our 11 guys are going to Baltic. We'll slide these 2 tanks up to Baltic. We'll slide these 13 guys, 10 tanks, 3 artilleries, and the anti-aircraft gun. This AA gun will go up there. Alright, let's see. Anything else? Oh yeah. Our transport's going to go over here. He's not going to do anything over there, but I'm just going to have him maybe drive around and see if I can't... I don't know. I just don't want him to die right now. If you could use him as cannon fodder for the battleship, I would do that. So he could take a hit first, but it doesn't work that way, so I can't. Alright. Anyway, I'm not seeing much more of what I can do here. I may have to do another purchase where I buy like a shitload of ships, or like 5 bombers. I might just buy 5 bombers. This is all squared away, because although he's got 7 more guys coming and 13 more, so he's got 13 total land units coming. I may just buy 5 bombers, and then maybe I'll end up hitting this. I don't know. I'll have to do the math on it. As much as feel like I'm dominating the board, I'm not winning the game. So, like I said, it's going to be a long game, I think. So that's going to do it for Germany round number 20. Let's mobilize here. I'm going to put the aircraft carrier in Sea Zone 5. We'll put 9 infantry. Into Germany, we'll put 3 infantry and an artillery. Into the Caucasus, we'll put 3 infantry into India. And that's going to do it. We're going to collect $60. We'll have $62. So we can buy a couple of artillery and 28 infantry, or I'm sorry, 18 infantry and a couple artillery instead of 20 infantry. We'll have to see. If I do that, if I just saturate, if I buy like another 20 infantry and just stack them wherever I can and just send them, this is going to get to be too overwhelming for them again. I can have 32 guys there next turn. So these tanks are here so they can go up here to the Caucasus if I need them to. But in any case, that's going to do it for Germany. Let's see, what do we got here? 7-5, couple fighters. Okay. That's going to do it for Germany round number 20, and I'll see you guys back for Japan round number 20. All right, welcome back. This is going to be the end of the game. So my opponent timed out, believe it or not. He actually started to do his turn 20 for the United Kingdom. And he actually bought, his standard destroyer, artillery, 7 infantry. And then he was going to land 1 guy, it looks like, in each France and Northwestern, take both of those. But then for whatever reason, he stopped mid-turn and ran the 24 hours out. I did check, like, maybe 14 hours ago or so, because usually he makes his turns while I'm sleeping. So I happened to get up early this morning and check, and he hadn't moved yet, and then ended up right now timing out, which I'm kind of surprised. I mean, he may have looked at the board. So if you look at this board, I was getting frustrated. I'm sure he was, because it was just a stalemate. It was back and forth. We were both kind of doing the same exact moves each turn. Just to give you a little insight on what my next strategy was. Obviously, I was going to take these back with Japan, and then I was going to throw an industrial complex in Kazakh, and then send my tanks over to Kazakh, start building infantry and sending them towards Africa. I was pretty well entrenched with enough fighters. I had 16 Japanese fighters, which is a lot of fighters. Like I said before, I don't know if I showed you guys, but I had 100 attack power lead, which is pretty damn significant. You would think I would be winning the game with 100 attack power lead. Usually my gauge is about 50. If you have 50 attack power lead, you're in really good shape and probably going to win. And in this game, I had 100, and I always was getting up to 8 out of 9 victory cities like every turn. A couple of things that he definitely could have done differently. When I put my destroyer here in 61, I think it was obvious I was trying to prevent him from taking Manchuria. And then he didn't do anything about it for like 5 turns and just left it here, which means I didn't have to defend Manchuria, and I could concentrate on getting more land units down here to Southeast Asia and effectively pushing him out of here. Like I said, I can't remember which turn, but I probably would have split my fleets between 48 and 37 and just amassed landing forces and transports. And I wasn't going to be able to. I could never build a navy because of all the stuff that America had. So he could have just amassed a huge invasion fleet and just landed on Japan or Manchuria or Xinjiang. I'm sorry, not Xinjiang, Shanghai. There was a lot of things that he could do. The design of this game, though, is such that if you can take the islands with the Allies, they're hard to get back. They're really hard to get back, especially when you have such dominance. He had complete dominance. He had complete naval dominance. I think one of the turning points in this game was actually when I decided to just build that fat-ass navy in Zone 5. Because that limited his ability to threaten Germany with direct landings. And since he couldn't threaten Germany, then I could just do the old shift stack, buy more infantry, and I could always outbuild him. And then the other thing that I think when I made the transition from just buying infantry every turn to throwing down tanks so that I could actually stack a territory and keep it. So you buy infantry, and I just kept losing it. We were trading it every turn. Once I had the stack of 10, 12 tanks, he was not going to penetrate it with his landing forces. And I think that's what kind of shifted the tide to where I could actually make some offense. And then I went down here and took Africa for the most part. He was going to take it back. It was most certainly going to be his again. So... and the game would have continued for, like I said, probably 20 more turns. I don't know how effective my IC hit was going to be here, because he was eventually, I mean, he could have, maybe his strategy was just to land a bunch of troops in Malaya down here until he had enough where then he could hit, stack Burma with, he could move up to Thailand and then drop a bunch of guys in Thailand same turn. And I couldn't counterpunch it. I'm not sure exactly what his thought process was. But it never came to fruition. Also, he never really went after India. Like, he could have built, a bunch of stuff and stacked either side. He could have went over to Persia. He had total dominance here. I had no answer for this. Could have split his fleets and landed in Persia and then threatened... even taking Moscow back. I mean, he had at some point, and he never bought more transports. He could have gotten easily up to, instead of all those 57 destroyers he was buying, he could have sprinkled in a transport or two every turn, get this up to like 10 transports, and he could shuffle 20 guys into Persia. And then I don't know if I would have had enough to kick him out. And that might have turned the tide for him, so... Just a couple of thoughts. He probably said, you know what, he probably has a bunch of ranked games going and decided this was going to take 9 more weeks. And then, and didn't. Or, I have had opponents and friends that say, a storm hits their neighborhood and their computer goes down for a day and a half. And you can't, if you don't log on and make a turn, you're screwed. So, not sure what happened. I don't know. I don't know the guy, but I do appreciate the game, and I thought he played a good game. I looked him up. Gold right now, and previous, I think season 7, he was a platinum player. So it was a tough game, and it was back and forth for pretty much the whole game. So anyway, that's going to be the end of this game and the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you guys back for another video. Thanks for watching.